Alright. Hello and welcome to Drunken Dragon Gaming, where the drinks are cold, the meals are warm, and the games are on fire. Tonight is Throughput Tuesday. We're heading back into our Satisfactory run. We'll be doing some more work on the aluminum factory. Tundra's got quite a bit done already. It looks really amazing. I've just been hanging out here in the morning sunlight, just watching the trains go by. So, real quick, let me get my hellos in here. Hey, Dreadnought, how you doing? Ashes, how are you? Let's see. Yep, yeah. Memberships soon. I'm not going to put a time on it yet, but yes, it'll be happening soon. I got my badges, I got my emojis, so now I got to just get them uploaded, make sure I've got everything set properly for the memberships, and then flip the switch. So, oh yeah, absolutely hang. So let me go unmute myself over on Discord, and that's a long train down there. Alright, let me go unmute myself in Discord. So, a little thing that I learned today on the experimental server. I learned a thing not to do. Now, I'm not going to show it off because it made things challenging to play. But if you're in your hover pack, make sure you fully land on the ground before you use the elevator. Don't hover inside the elevator. It will cause your FPS to go nuts. And then it continues going nuts even after you get out of the elevator. I had to actually log back out. I had to log out to the main menu and then reconnect to the server to get my FPS working again.
Good to know.
How you doing, Bitfiber?
I'm on this side of the ground.
Absolutely, flying with a cup of coffee in my hand. It's the only way we get work done around here.
Is there any other way to fly?
Exactly. Look at all that bauxite. Got it split up evenly between the 5-6 machines. Yep, 6 machines. And this will wind up making a ton of aluminum. It's like he's already got the recipes. Actually, I think we set this recipe last week. Just to get this stuff out of my pocket. Now, the one thing we don't want to do here is sloop this. Well, I mean, we could. But, man, that's going to be a lot of aluminum. Hey, Knucklehead. Now, I don't think this is where we really want to do the doubling up. I mean, we could. But the problem is then we'd have to really work our water coming out. That would make it a real challenge. And we've already got 780 a minute coming out of here, which has it maxed out anyways. Not done. I'm never done. It's a lot of going back and rebuilding factories to get the better efficiency so that we can feed our other factories properly. Running all this with a rail network so it goes cross country. And this is one cool coffee cup. Look at that. I can look straight down with my coffee cup, and nothing spills out of it.
Have you noticed that if you move your mouse in a circle, the coffee follows the appropriate motion?
Oh yeah.
Roughly, at least.
I know. And I think you can actually get one off their website. Well, you know, Knucklehead, you probably will. We're taking our time going through it. Maximizing our power, all that kind of good stuff. Because, I mean, you know, we got our power rocking out at 614. Currently, maximum consumption is 171, so we're good. I did want to check something, though. It's only temporary. I'm going to tear this thing back down. Alright, so right now, we're at 614. Such a cool animation. Alright, now that we've got that connected. Is it done? I do have coffee cups for sale with the DDG logo on it. Alright, now $6.14, and it brought us up to $6.33. So it's adding around 17,000 every time we add one in. Alright, cool. That's what I wanted to know. Oh yeah, I need to get my merch put in my info, don't I? No, it said I have it in a link. And I'm excited because we broke 600 subs yesterday. And we finally got an inspector out to the house, so I'm supposed to get that report and be able to get it over to the insurance company and finally get everything done to be able to transfer the house to our name. So then I can finally get the stuff done to be able to get the house fixed. So I'll be very much looking forward to that. Getting new AC and all that done. I mean, very much looking forward to that. Hope everybody's had a good Tuesday. Bear with me a moment. I'm grabbing a smoke real quick. Kind of giving Tundra a second to jump into voice with us so I can determine our plan of action. Because we've got all that maxed out, and that's 720 aluminum scrap, which means now on the next floor down, but I don't know if we're going to do the next floor down. That's where the question is. Are we going to run our smelters up here, or are we going to run them down below? And those smelters will be all set up to make our ingots, and then from there, and we'll probably sloop our smelters to double our ingots. I believe all 6 machines are set to 780. Let me double check. 780. Yeah, I think we copy and pasted all the way down. So, yeah, the whole reason for 780 is that is the maximum belt speed that we have right now. We can up this a little bit more if we need. Alright, so this one does just a little less because we're calculating for the exact amount of stuff that we got coming in. So 780 times 5 is 3,900. $46.34.4. I don't have that option. Sorry, Dead Nut.
That would be a cool set of mods to make.
Right.
Where you could pick any number of drinks instead of the coffee cup.
Alright, 46.34.4. I need to mark that down somewhere so I can remember.
Great tree, you're going to have to go away. As nice as you look.
4634.4.
Well, that's not fair. If I blow up a tree, it doesn't do the timber effect.
Alright, 4634.4. Alright, now let's throw down a smelter.
Hard at work, I see.
Thank you, Ada. Pure aluminum. If we max it out, so use 150 per minute. All right. 4634.4 divided by 150. We're going to need 30.8. We're going to need 31 smelters. 31 smelters. Alright.
The new soundscape in this is incredible.
Let's check out the next floor down. Alright. So this is where the smelters are going to have to go. Excuse me, I'll be right back. Whoa. Alright, then down here, this is where our assembly line is going to be. And that's going to run down into the trains. So, alright. Don't get much in the options here. There. Now we have buttons. It makes sense. Yeah. Have the inspector come by. He'll send me the paperwork, and then we'll be able to get the insurance going, finally. And then I get the house transferred to our name. Then I'll get to go in debt. Yay. And then we'll probably be able to get some stuff done with the house. Alright, so we need 31 smelters. Alright, so he's got the pipes running up there. It looks amazing. So we have that coming out there.
That looks like a proper plumbing job.
So that means that the stuff's going to come out roughly there.
Oh.
Did you die? Azrael, is you dead?
No, but about 2 meters over, there's no bottom.
Oh.
I'm at the edge, and apparently I got too far from my power supply.
Let's go ahead and configure this. Alright, now get back to this.
Hello there.
Hey, what's up, buddy? It's 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8,
Doing aluminum ingots.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This might not be the right way to set this up. I think we're going to want it with belt issues. Because I did my calculations on how much aluminum scrap we're going to be processing and how many smelters we need to go through that. And we need 31 smelters.
With fully overclocked, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we need 30.896, so it's going to be all but one of them will be fully overclocked.
Yeah. And looks like we will have enough room, though, to do copper up here as well. And then we combine the copper and aluminum and turn them into sheets and casings.
Yeah, that's what I was
And the
thinking.
next, and the next floor down.
Yep. And if you saw, I went ahead and played with the elevator, labeled the floors.
Oh, nice.
So now
I was.
you know where you're going. And I learned something very important. That's why you saw me log out of the game and then back in. When you're in your hover pack, do not hover inside the elevator.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I've never tried.
Yeah, don't be hovering and then push a button in the elevator to go somewhere. First off, it had me bouncing all over the place. Second off, it just absolutely wrecked my FPS. But then I figured once I got my feet on the ground, walked out of the elevator, that my FPS would clear up, and it didn't. I had to go back to the main menu and reconnect to the game, and then my FPS cleared up.
Yeah, I guess they just never expected anybody to do that. Because you walk into the elevator, so.
Right. But I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't. I floated into the elevator. Now, the other thing I thought was really funny and really interesting was when I did make it up to the top floor, the elevator doors wouldn't open. And I couldn't for the life of me figure out why the elevator doors weren't opening until I actually landed on the ground. And as soon as my feet hit the platform, the doors opened. So apparently it detects whether or not you're actually standing in the elevator or not. So, yeah, a couple little quirky things that I came across. I'm grabbing a smoke real quick, and then, gonna continue this build. I'm just trying to figure out the best lineup for our smelters, because each one uses 150 per minute. We're limited to 780 on the belt. Each of the machines upstairs is making 780 per minute, except for the last one. It's making 734.4.
Yeah, so you might even have to underclock like one of each belt to either underclock or overclock a certain way to use up the entire belt.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah. I mean, you can have them all in a line like you do as well, and it'll still work. Just go vertical with the
Right.
stuffs.
Well, I've only got half the smelters down. I still need to put down another 15. 16.
If we need more room, we can expand that floor slightly and still match the building, so.
Okay, cool.
At least a little bit. Got about extra 4 foundations by 5, 6, 7. Extra 4 by 7 space.
Okay. Yeah, I can continue this line of smelters here. I'm just trying to figure out where to do the second line of smelters.
How much aluminum are they pushing out?
Oh, that was funny. I never got that before. So I used the cup again to drink from, because most of the time you hit you click the cup to drink and you hear it, just slurp the coffee. This time I got a tink.
Yeah. Sometimes your engineer or your pioneer gets a little overzealous. Smashes against the thing. And also, if you're running or flying into a window and you hit the window at a certain velocity, you hear pink.
That's awesome.
Like you're banging your helmet off the freaking thing.
See, we're gonna need enough room.
So yeah, I got all the water figured out and got all the valves set.
Okay, yeah, I saw that. The
We-
water.
We may still have to slightly adjust these incoming ones, but
Okay.
that's okay. The blue ones here that are coming off of those machines, those ones are just so the water doesn't flow back towards the machine. They're just a one-way valve.
Okay, makes sense.
So,
Yeah, I saw that.
but these orange ones, that's why I left them orange, is the ones we're going to be slightly adjusting as
Gotcha.
we get things running.
All right.
Because with the current math, I'm slightly putting in just ever so slightly more water than the system needs, but we may have to tone it down or tone it up depending on how the system wants to work. So
Okay.
every time I build one of these, it's always different. Sometimes you got to put less than what the math works out, and sometimes you got to put more than what the math works out. Just depends on the pipe work. So.
Let's see, that's a 2-for-1. So aluminum ingots should come out to $23.17.2. That's where it should come out to for our ingot production. Nah, I don't put the coffee cup down when I'm doing math. Wait a minute. Oh, you know what I should do? Wait a minute. How's that working? It's being 75 per minute. Oh, but I'll be slooping these too. I forgot about that. Shoot.
Yeah, you have to. Otherwise, we won't have any ingots
Yeah.
left over. And we'll be producing sheets and casings at a very slow rate.
I think that's why I did the grouping the way I did last time. .2. So basically every 5 machines. Every 5 machines will be a belt. So we're looking at 6 belts with a little extra left over. Yeah, and basically by slooping it, it comes out for a 1-for-1 conversion. We'll make one ingot per aluminum scrap. So that's 46.34 a minute. Because that's how much scrap we're making. Alright, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Alright, I need to put down 2 more smelters down here, just so we can keep the lines clean. Which gives just enough room for a belt to run through here. Alright, so how do we want to line this up? I need to make sure I give enough space. But not too much space because we need room for the copper.
Yeah, and don't forget you can you can build vertically on your inputs and outputs.
Yeah, I was already looking at that, but still, I mean, yeah, I can't build vertically with the smelters.
No, I'm saying the inputs and outputs of the smelter.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I'm already planning on that. That's why I try to make sure that my number was divisible by 5.
The heck?
I don't know. That's the noise it decided to make when I was building a smelter.
Yeah, it was funny because some wire and stuff flew out of me, and so I'm just like, what? Where'd that go? I wasn't even placing anything that required wire.
Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then the last one, 11. All right. Okay, good. Yep, it's all set. Well, as far as the belt line goes, I figure we'll build it on the ceiling on the next floor down. We'll just have everything dumped downstairs and then work the belt line across the roof.
I think it depends on how many belts.
Well, it's one
We're
per.
We're also gonna need room for, stacking inputs on
Yeah.
the machines down below too. So.
It's 1 per 5, so you got 31. So you're looking at 6 belts.
Yeah, have to run them along the roof and.
All right, now where's the copper coming in at?
I don't think we got that. Well, we got it coming in, but it's not to the building yet.
Yeah.
It's on the east side, I believe. Yeah, it's on the east side of the building.
What in the world is happening here? Go around the corner, fly towards the radar tower, and it throws me back in the building.
Oh, is there a wall there? There probably is a wall there.
If there is, it's invisible.
Yeah, I've completely enclosed those floors.
Oh. Okay. Just doing that janky stuff again.
Yeah. Desyncing.
Head back to the main menu. Oh yeah, because ping's sitting all the way up at 311 milliseconds.
Yeah, so mine's that. Oh. Okay, that's better. Mine for a second. I guess it's because he logged out. It was at over 1,000.
There we
I
go.
went back down to below 300.
Back to a
My
reasonable.
ping's a little. Yeah, mine's a little bit higher because I'm uploading a 171 gigabyte video.
Oh man.
I started it probably around 6:37 this morning.
Okay.
And it's at 72%.
Yeah, I haven't got to check your. I haven't got to check out your video. What was your Assassin's Creed finale?
And I didn't realize I completely, the last time I did the story was many, many years ago, and I completely forgot that we were so close to the end.
Did you do
so
Did you do the Freedom Cry DLC as well?
No, that's what I'm going to start next week.
Nice.
Yeah, get 100% that as well. I've got all of the Steam achievements relating to the main story.
Right. That explains why I couldn't find it. And why I kept on getting thrown back in the building.
But it appears the bigger the video is for YouTube to upload, the longer it takes.
That's
Despite
sense.
your internet speed. It doesn't matter. Well, I meant like it's not consistent as far as time.
I gotcha.
Yeah, like it's not a 1 gigabyte equals this many minutes or whatever. It's not a consistent number. Like the longer it is, or the bigger the video is, the way longer it takes. It's almost like it's not a linear growth. It's
Okay.
the other one. That's what it seems to be, anyway.
Come back over here to check the copper drill. I don't know if we ever verified.
Something I figured out as well as with the the bigger the video is, the longer the encoding takes for YouTube. So
Right.
yeah, because it encodes as you upload. So it doesn't matter what your internet speed is. It's going to be whatever the speed of the encoder and the compression and all that other bullcrap.
The factory must grow.
YouTube servers are going, are you done yet? Are you done yet? Are you done yet?
Yep. And considering I can upload, within about 3 hours I can upload a 50 gigabyte video, but when it comes to over 100, it ends up taking usually around 12 to 14 hours.
Wow.
It's just like, good God, can you go any slower?
All right.
Sandra, you've been poking around out here at the one factory. Looks like you started to build a platform for the train. Did you notice my experimental means of supporting the platform?
I have not actually been over there.
Looks like there's.
I've been pulled off of train duty for a little bit. For the last 3 episodes.
Well, I didn't build the platform out here. Someone built the platform. It looks like it was meant for a train. It wasn't me.
Was it over at the cooling systems? I know I started to, but then we needed to do other things. The cooling systems, I started to go across that. Or I was getting ready to put in a intersection for that, but that's it.
This is the electromagnetic thingy.
No.
Interesting.
Oh. Where'd that belt go? Or pipe? This curve mode is interesting.
Alright, there we go. Copper is fixed.
Okay.
I don't have it being brought to the building yet, but the copper was going to be just dog-ass slow. It was going to be bringing in 120 a minute.
Yeah. Interesting choice of words there.
Now it's going to be 780 a minute. I like this little floating piece of foundation you stuck in the tree.
I didn't.
Oh, maybe I stuck that there.
I know there's still a bunch of foundation from where people were exploring. You'll just come across a random bit of foundation just hanging out. It's like, oh, all right.
Woo! Check out the cool blueprint.
Yeah, this was going to take forever if I built it by hand, so we're going to blueprint.
Yeah, that makes sense.
This is with the curve mode. This is what the pipes look like. It's a very interesting shape.
It is. It's actually kind of cool looking.
Yeah, painting the pillar black or with carbon steel, so it gives it a little bit of shine and reflectiveness, but also a contrast in color.
Yep.
So
Absolutely.
it makes the pipes pop out more.
But that works out awesome. That makes it work well with that pillar idea that I had.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So my old consolidation storage system was not going to work.
Is it a single pipe?
Left.
Is a single pipe actually going to be enough?
No, this is a dual pipe system. See the two gold ones at the bottom? Those are the inputs. I need two 600 pipes.
Oh, okay, there it is. Gotcha.
Yeah, it looks like a single one, but no, it's a dual.
Okay. So, sorry, you were saying I got distracted there.
But yeah, at the end of my, or at the end of that thing after you had left, I took a second look at my consolidation storage over here, and I realized it wasn't going to work, so I had to completely dismantle it and completely rebuild again.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, it's just there was a very key number that I was missing, but I do got it fixed now, so. I got all the builds marked with signs on what it's going to do. So.
Well, do tell what that number was we were missing.
It was one of the after one of the splitters. It was one of the belts. It just and that just made the whole system just not work.
Ah,
We were
okay.
gonna end up so inside these boxes, and plus I had the 4 containers
Right.
going in or 4 containers going into 3, and that would have basically put roughly 80% of what we needed into those boxes. So it would have emptied the boxes out.
Ah, we would have choked. Okay.
Yeah. So now the new system is so much better and so much simpler too. I started with the 3 boxes
Yeah, I saw it.
consolidation storage, and then work backwards from there.
Yeah, 3 boxes, 6 outputs, but
Yeah,
you got
I've got a hole
everything kind
I've
of
got a
doing
hole in the roof.
some. You got a bunch of little bit of merging together type stuff. Oh, there we go.
Yep. Yeah, so I've got little signs on the side of the belts and whatnot that they're going to be doing.
Okay, so I was going to be getting 867 a minute, 846 a minute, 867 a minute.
Yeah. Yeah, so these crates are actually going to be getting more than what they need, but that's why these smart splitters are on the end here. So
Okay.
when those boxes get full, then they're going to send the overflow to the center.
Gotcha.
And that's going to keep the center one going.
Why are these bottom belts empty?
They don't have anything hooked up to them yet.
Oh, okay.
I haven't gotten the bauxite from the ground way down there.
Ah, okay.
But yeah, so the top one splits the 780 into 390, and then the middle, or the top middle one, splits the 600 into 300. And then you take that, the 600 into 200 because it splits it 3 ways.
Okay. Looks like it actually,
So
at the end, it looks like it splits it 6 ways at the very end.
yeah, at the end it has to split. It has to spit 6 belts. Only what is it? Only one machine per belt because we're pulling in like 400 and some odd bauxite, so you couldn't do 2 machines on one belt right now.
Right.
But yeah, it's it'll work perfect.
Cool. Very cool.
Oh, and don't worry about this bug. So this bug is kind of newer for 1.1. I don't know if you can see it, but you see these empty belts here right after the lift?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the belt in the lift still works. It just visually doesn't work.
Okay.
But it's still working. If you pull bauxite, you can see it.
Oh, yeah.
It still works. It still works. It's just bugged.
Interesting.
So yes, the lifts are slightly bugged after that latest update.
Okay.
That they did. So yeah, sometimes you also see lifts going in the opposite direction than they were supposed to be flowing, but they're flowing correctly. Just visually, they're flowing backwards.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, here's some interesting.
That wouldn't be confusing at all.
No, because you think, oh man, the belt's working perfectly fine, or the lift's working perfectly fine. It just looks like it's going the opposite direction, which visually it is, but not actually.
Okay.
Which is great. Even previously placed belts from before you switch to 1.1, you'll notice some of your lifts going backwards.
Gotcha.
So they plan on fixing that hopefully soon. Yeah, the only way to fix it is to completely remove the lift and place it back down.
Alright, so then how do we want to do the copper smelting? Because we got 780. So,
I guess it just depends on how many sheets and casings you want to make.
Well, I'm going to throw down... Well, hold on. I'm just going to... Let's do it this way. Look at all my... Take a look at all my options on my copper. And we've already got that thing set up to be using the water. Otherwise, I put down refineries and do the pure copper ingot.
No, the pure copper ingot is pretty useless. You get very little extra for all that extra work.
Oh yeah, I see. 37.5 per minute versus 30 per minute. Never mind.
Yeah, it's just like that one did not get the memo that you need to be making way more. In order for it to be worth it.
Yeah, and we're getting 1 for 1 on the copper ingots, so let's target this at 250. That gives us 75 per minute. So 75 per minute. That's 11 smelters. Which will give us 780 ingots per minute. Okay, so both the sheets and the casing. Well, this is the alternate for the casing.
Yep. That's the one we want to use.
Okay. Do we have an alternate for the sheets?
Nope.
Is there an alternate for the sheets?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yep. No alternates.
Nope, no alternates. Okay. So let's see. That's the. Oh, that's without this. So that's going to want 375 aluminum ingots a minute and 187.5 ingots a minute. Which will give us 281.25 a minute.
No, not even.
So we could use one machine to come out with 562 aluminum casings a minute. Honestly, I really think we're going to need more sheets than we are casings. Or am I wrong, Tundra?
Well, Phase 5 might have a use for those casings.
Gotcha. But at our current stage, at stage 4, there's only a couple of things that really needs the casings, and most of those have got alternate recipes that, and I think those that have alternate recipes we're using.
Yeah,
But,
I'm just saying that. Oh yeah, we already do have something that's using casings right now. I don't know how it's getting those casings, unless we ended up swapping that one for an alternate. I'm not sure. Something or another.
which
it would be best to. I would think be best to put the infrastructure there, so that when we do end up needing it, we don't have to worry. It's
Right.
already in place.
Yeah, I'm just trying to calculate for.
Just produce the same amount for each.
Well, I was looking at the fact that I can already produce 780 copper ingots per minute off of this one copper belt. Well, it won't be per minute, but you know what I'm trying to say. It's 1 for 1. One copper for 1 ingot.
Yeah.
So, I'll build enough smelters to use up that full 780, which will produce 780 copper ingots a minute.
Right.
So at 780 copper ingots a minute, I want to make sure we're actually needing them, because I was looking at slooping them, but then I was like, wait, are we actually going to need that many copper ingots?
Probably will, because aluminum sheets
Aluminum sheets don't use that many copper ingots. They use a lot less than the casings do.
Yeah, but you're gonna want to have a lot of machines.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I ended up with like 30 some assemblers doing copper sheet or doing aluminum sheets,
Okay.
something like that. But I was obviously in a different location and a different type of aluminum ingot setup.
Yeah.
Different.
Doesn't look like we need to make copper sheets. Looks like we just do it straight with copper ingots.
Well, you need to make sheets as well. Oh, never mind.
No?
I'm stupid. I was thinking something else.
Okay.
I was like, wait a minute, that don't sound right.
I'm sitting here looking at the thing going,
My bad.
yeah, 25 copper ingots per minute, but we want to make sure we've got enough aluminum ingots going out for the actual aluminum we're needing. So
Yeah.
I've got.
So what I figure you could probably do is see how many aluminum ingots you're using without summer slipping the smelters. Use that for the sheets and the casings, and then use that amount for the sheets and the casings, and then when you go to summer slip it, use the extra for what we need aluminum ingots for.
Okay, well
That might be pretty crazy, but
4634. What was that number? Thankfully, I threw it on a Word document so I could remember this number.
oh, nice.
I threw it on a Word document on my work computer, but hey, as long as I don't send this thing out with this still in there, it'll be fine. Oh, what is? No, stop that!
Now the remarkable stories behind history.
Stop that!
Behind histories.
I'm not watching you right now. Go away. Just close both those. All right, 46.34.4 divided by 2. That's 2317.2. So that's 2317.2. That's without the sloop. So 2317.2 is without slooping. 46.34 English. 4634.4 is what we'll get with slooping. So I'm trying to run the belts for that 4634.
Yep.
And it might be that we need to. That actually might be the smart thing to do for setting up for downstairs. Might want to go ahead and merge these machines up here by 5s into one belt, and then have that one combined belt running downstairs. That might work for the best. That'll actually make it. Oh wait, I'm doing it by blocks of 5. That actually makes it easy. It's gonna look silly, but it's gonna make it easy. Hold on. Let me try this. I got an idea.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you went the wrong way.
I hate that you can't put stuff for walls on the side of these curved foundations that irritate
Alright,
me.
so we're gonna do this like this, and then what we'll do is we're gonna throw down mergers. I don't even need priority mergers, it can just be regular mergers. So this one in the middle needs to have its output going like that. That's gonna go like that. Okay, and then this belt connects to there. This belt connects to there. That belt to there. That belt to there. And then I got the challenge of aiming a conveyor hole. So I gotta kind of guesstimate this thing. Alright, let's make sure we're lined up there. Alright. I think that's correct. And then nope, it needs to come back 2 more. There it goes. Perfect. There. Something like that. You nearby, Tundra?
Autosave. There you go.
Better ask you to come take a look at the manifold and see what you think.
Wait.
I'm on the aluminum smelting floor.
Okay. Call elevator. Oh, that's another thing that people have been asking for as well for the elevators is a ding sound when you get to the floor you need.
Well, that's what I'm working on today's. Trying to figure out how I really want to do this. So I'm doing it in groups of 5, right?
Okay.
And I thought, well, hey, a nice way to do this clean and easy is take 2 on one side, take 2 on the other, and then use the middle one as the actual output, and just kind of merge them together like that.
Alright.
So where you see this lift, all these mergers are all feeding into that one lift.
Right.
Which I thought came out looking pretty clean.
Okay.
But I want to get your opinion and thought on it, because I'm trying not to use up a whole lot of space, because I'm going to need space for other stuff.
That uses up very little space. So. Yeah. So if you wanted to compact it even more, you could move your floor hole, but yeah, it
well,
doesn't use up a whole lot of space at all.
I tried moving the floor hole, but it didn't want to play nice. Unless I can ram, can I ram this thing into the merger?
Yeah. So if you put the floor hole there. Oops.
Oh,
It's connected.
okay, that'll work. Okay.
Yeah, that's about as close as I would dare to try to get it.
Gotcha.
Because
Yeah.
any closer, and it might not even work.
Yeah, the lifts use less space.
Yeah, definitely. It makes it nice and easy to replicate. So.
And that was my thought. The only spot where we'll have a challenge is at the very end, because that's where we've got the straggler,
Right.
because it's 31 machines.
Okay, so will it still go on the same belt, or do you need a spare belt for that one?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, because the grouping before it's also going to be grouped of 5, right?
Yeah.
So
Well-
yeah, it'll be its own belt then. Then we'll have to warp
Oh,
it
yeah.
into its
I
own
guess.
machine.
I guess since I'm done doing 1-for-1. Yes, as I don't. Oh wow, that makes the belt work easy upstairs. Oh, that makes the belt work really easy upstairs. I don't even have to think about it. Oh, the fact I gotta worry about where these pipes are. But
Yeah, they should be clean out of your way to go straight into the grounder.
yeah, because I think each machine up there, each machine's producing 780. Oh wait, that means we're not gonna get our full amount then.
Yeah, you're gonna have to. Each machine's gonna have to have its own output belt.
Yeah, but it's gonna be minus 30 scrap per. Oh no, wait, we got each one of those at 780.
Except for the end, yeah.
But yeah, that's where the problem is. But doing these in groups of 5 down here, I'm maxed out at 750. So I've got 30. So I got 30 scrap that's not being used.
Okay, so what you'd have to do then is, we could do it up here because we've got a lot of room. Is have smart splitters off of that line since you're not going to be using the entire amount, and then the smart splitters get merged into one belt, which goes to a sink, or loops back around into the one that's not producing the full 780.
That's
You
what I
could
was.
merge it into that.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that could be easy. Yeah, I'd definitely do smart splitters right after this machine first, and then merge all those, and then go into the floor. That will make it easy for the next floor down.
Yep.
Okay, I think this blueprint's ready.
All right. Oh, it's easy to see where the pipelines are. The pipes are right here for me to see where they're at. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Okay, so 780 per minute. So if I pull the belt out just a little ways, throw it as a. Wait a minute. I'm hurting my brain here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so there's 5. That's 150. $150 brings us to 890. Well, crap.
So then after you...
So I'm going to do...
do another smart splitter after you've merged almost everything.
Yeah,
Something.
that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Could be interesting.
Yes. Well, yes and no. But yes, the elevator runs in 4 meter elevations.
1 meter.
1 meter?
Yeah. Yeah, when you place it down and then go vertical with it, it works in 1 meter increments.
Oh, okay.
And you can place the stops on on those 1 meter increments as well.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go, today's.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, so...
Which is really nice because then your factory can pretty much be any type of configuration of flooring for any type of height between floors, and you'll still be able to put a stop wherever you need it.
Well, that's... Alright, so that has to go like this. But then... merger only has one output. Oh wait, I think I can make this work. Is this going to work the way I want it to? Oh, the other nice thing today's is with the because we're on the 1.1 on the experimental branch. Your nudge is now unlimited.
You want to see something else cool about 1.1?
Damn it! That's still not going to work. Shit.
I'm about to use the new auto connect feature.
Oh yeah, that is a cool thing to see. Let me hop over there real quick.
Yeah, I'm at the water tower.
Yep. So we're building a tower of water here. Wait. Oh, yep.
Save coming in. Everybody freeze.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if you come down here, you can see the pipe trying to connect to it.
Interestingly enough, I cannot see you trying to place the blueprint.
No. Dang.
Again.
Okay.
Where's the pipe trying to connect though? I see the
Yeah, I
blueprint
guess-
on top of the other one, but I'm not seeing the connecting pipe.
Out of the pump. Seems like it only connected the one. That's okay though. Yeah, just you could first click and then it gives it.
Oh, there it
You
goes.
made the first click. Now I see it.
Yeah, see, I can drag this wherever, and the pipe tries to connect to it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Get that locked in place.
Will it only do that with the same blueprint as the previous one, or will it do it with any blueprint that has
Any.
pipes and belts in roughly in the right area?
Yeah, any of them. Yeah.
Cool. It looks very confused about the one pipe.
Yeah. Well. It doesn't want to place it though.
It's because it says it's red.
On mine, it wasn't red.
Yeah, for me,
For me
the
too.
pipe's doing some really crazy, some crazy Ivan maneuvers.
It is doing some weird stuff.
And when I say crazy Ivan maneuvers, it looks like it's got two pipes trying to come out of the one pump.
And that's telling me invalid pipe shape. Oh, well, I'll just have to place it then and connect it. Oh well, still cool though.
No, a nice quality of life thing. I have Bit Viper with me today's.
So that would be me.
That is also a Nerd Garage. Let me. I don't have any moderators on right now. He does. He's not. I don't know if you're streaming right now, Bit Viper, or not.
been streaming much lately.
Well, I
And
thought
did
I
a
had the...
nice long stream a couple days ago, and that's the only one I've done in several weeks.
Okay, I thought you were streaming alongside of alongside Gib today.
Nope, last week I did, not today.
Okay. There you go, today's. There's his content. And then the person you heard me talking about, he hangs out, he lurks, because he goes to bed pretty early. So a lot of times in the evening, he'll pull up the stream and have it on while he goes to bed. But he plays on our Icarus, he plays Satisfactory. He doesn't play on our Satisfactory because we're just way too far ahead for him. He's still learning. He is brand new to Satisfactory. Thunderwolf has left the game.
Yep. Game crashed.
Oh. He didn't like it.
It's best days.
Awesome. Very much appreciated there, Sidays. Saying, and Gibbs is a lot of fun to watch. He's a daytime streamer. Well, daytime in the U.S. He's in the same time zone as me. But he streams during the day. You know, for me it's kind of great because he streams very long streams. He streams like 8 hours on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. As he's put it, Thursday is the keep the wife happy day.
I was gonna have at least one day.
Right. But I'll have him playing in the background while I'm working. A lot of times now. Mainly because he streams pretty much the entire time that I'm working, so I don't have to worry about, somebody's stream ending and then I have to go find something else to put on and play in the background. I can just leave him going. Okay, so that is not going to work the way I wanted it to. So merger only has one entrance. Split. No, merger has multiple entrances, but only one exit. Wait, well that... wait. No, then that means I had that right. Was I just being stupid?
Happens. Happens to all of us.
Too many times.
Yeah, alright. There's a splitter. Oh! That was the problem. Shoot. That's not gonna work! I gotta figure out something else. That's not gonna work. So I want to get the belt splitting everything done up here. Yes. Yeah. Gib plays Icarus. He actually plays it on my dedicated server. Which here in the near future, I know y'all have heard me say this a few times, but now I've got everything I need, I think. Here in the near future, I'll be unlocking memberships. I just got to make sure I can get my Discord set up properly to recognize memberships and stuff. And then my Icarus server will turn into a members-only server. And then anybody that's a member of the channel will have access to the Icarus server.
Hmm.
Not the Satisfactory server. That would wind up getting into insanity.
Yeah, you need a separate server to do that.
You would need a server with a
That-
little more juice to it.
Yeah, that's what the other guy does. He has his Satisfactory server that he plays on with him and his family, and then
Okay.
the community one is a completely separate server.
That's got to be an insane server.
That's not too bad. It's only for members of a certain tier, so
Okay, that makes sense.
people want that tier to be able to play on that server. They buy that tier.
Yeah, well, that's what I was looking at as well. As I was going to have a tier 1 membership and a tier 2 membership. The tier 2 membership was going to be what gets you access to the Icarus dedicated server, plus any other dedicated servers that I decide to open up to the community. But I mean, today's, you played Satisfactory with us before, and you make some epic builds too. Nobody makes trains like Tundra though. I've stepped away for a smoke for a moment, chat, while I try to figure out how in the world I'm going to do a manifold on the export of these aluminum scrap machines, because I've got to figure out how to
Good God.
I got to figure out how to merge them and ensure that I've got 750 coming down to the machines. That is going to be the primary. That each of these machines has a primary set of 5 that it's going to be going to. But we've got to get the right amount set, and then the downside is that we're losing 30 aluminum scrap per minute because the belt does 780, but the machines are only going to do 750. So we got to figure out a way to split off that last bit of 30 to go onto another belt.
Well, if you want help with setting that up,
I might, but give me a few minutes here to try to puzzle it out myself.
right? Yeah, just saying.
Yeah, I mean, yes, eventually it's going to turn into an Abbott and Costello thing, and I'll be going, Tundra!
Yeah. Yeah, as I was explaining it, I already had it
This is just
visualized on how a way it would work.
That's just these 6 machines, right?
Yeah, it's just 6
What?
machines where I'm at. But like I said, I want to try puzzling it out myself for a second.
Yep. You gotta let them cook. That's the
Yep,
new.
well, that's the best way to learn, is doing it yourself, not having someone else show you. Well, I guess some people learn better different ways, but
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm a visual learner sometimes, but I mean, dear God, I had to have Tundra show me how to do. I forget what it was, but there was a couple things on the server that I had to have Tundra show me how to do it like 7 or 8 times before it actually clicked in my head. And now it's just done by reflex.
yep. But you gotta have that switch thrown before it will be.
But it was once I actually sat down and started. Oh, it was the pipe connectors, setting up the junctions before putting down the pipes, so that I actually had nice straight looking pipes.
Yep. For most things, showing me works great for me. Unfortunately, I will learn it that way, but it won't become extinct. It won't become instinctive if I learn it that way. It just bypasses that section of learning for me.
Yeah, see, that's what I was worried about there, Sidays. Yeah. How far along have you gotten with 1.1 or 1.0? I mean, did you finish 1.0? Did you start over? Oh yes, yes. I love the straight option on the pipes. Okay, so this has to be a thing. Oh.
Well, I guess I don't need this anywhere.
Wait, will that work?
Come on, delete.
Can I? Can I do this?
I'm confused. The machines say they'll be putting out 780 and the belts do 780. Where's the 750 come in?
The machines,
The,
the machines downstairs.
Ah, it's what they're going to, okay.
Yeah. Will that work? But then, okay, so if I do this,
autosave.
damn it! Of course, autosave right when I'm trying to figure this shit out.
Yeah.
Okay, only a tier 5 and 6. Well, that's where we're at. Well, you can see the only thing we got left is to complete phase 4. Oh, we're tier 8. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, tier 8 is nuclear.
But I was saying, I loved having you on before, so yeah, if you want to join us again, you're more than welcome to today. Just let me know. All right, now I want this to do.
Oh, these fit. Nice.
That. And this will get a.
Extractors fit underneath the train station.
And this will get a conveyor hole right there. And then like that. So now you said the smart splitter has an issue on experimental?
No.
Alright, so days. No, it doesn't. Okay. So then, like I say, I want this to be a smart splitter instead. Oh, how do I just replace a splitter with a smart splitter?
Hold control.
Thank you.
Yeah, just look at your outputs to make sure it's going the way. Sometimes they don't always want to replace it perfectly.
Okay, now the right output is going to be overflow. That'll prevent it from looking too messy. Then we do the same thing here. Then we just keep doing the same thing on each one of these machines. And at the very end, we'll have a 7th belt. I hear you. Alright. So. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Now this. Be lined up like that. Right. That's going to be like that. And then a floor hole here.
That may be intentional, but those two base splitters are not lined up.
Okay. Now, that gets set like that. That's perfect. Alright, now, this needs to be a merger, and I want it going that way. I think that'll work. Oh, that's weird. Oh, yeah, I got too many things in place, so it's giving me too many guidelines to work with.
That happens.
Which one of these lines do I line this one up with? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Alright, Tundra, I've got my idea. So if you would come take a look. Because I think it'll actually keep it still looking clean.
Ooh, those just fit. Like the top of the water extractor's touching the bottom of the floor.
Oh, wow.
That's a tight fit.
Hey, I need to erase one and move it back a little bit, but I've got enough down here for the concept.
So what's this second smart splitter doing?
Alright, so you got your... Stop that. So we got our smart splitter here. That's going... I don't know why it replaced this splitter with a smart splitter at the same time that I replaced this splitter. But
Strange.
so the overage is going to the right. So
Right.
so we're gonna have the overflow coming out up here. That way we can keep the full 750 coming down through there, and then as it backs up, this will come out this side, and then it merges with, and then it's going to merge with this one, which is also getting its little overflow, and that's going to continue down the line all the way to this last one, and then it's going to have to have an overflow from this one as well. And it'll be a seventh line? Sixth line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 machines, so it'll be a 7th belt. And so that's going to be basically 30 per machine.
60. No, 30, you're right.
That's 150 plus whatever the 6th one's doing.
The 6th one is actually only doing 743. 743.4.
Yeah, so even if you merged it, you're gonna have to split right before the merge, or smart split right before the merge, so it doesn't just back up your overflow.
Right. Well, and then the overflow is going to have to go down to that final machine, because we got 31 machines. And I think that this here is set to the 734 because it's taking into account the maximum that we can produce of the alumina solution. I think we've got this built to max out the bauxite. So, I don't know if this is anything like the idea you had.
That's pretty much the same.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Except for this random splitter here.
Well,
It's just like,
that wasn't planned.
Yeah.
So the one on top looks like a normal splitter to me.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be a splitter at all.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be a splitter.
But yeah, if you can keep your stuff in line if you put down your smart splitters first, kind of like you do the junctions with the pipes. Just put them right next to your floor holes. Then you can connect the lift to it, and then
Wait, what?
you put down your smart splitters first, and then connect the belts and the lift to it, or the belts and the lifts.
Oh, yeah. No, that makes sense.
Like you do with the pipes.
That makes sense. That would actually make it easier for me to line stuff up.
Yeah. Then you don't have all those extra lines because you've got the
Right.
lifts and whatnot. Somebody's still in Christmas mode or Fixmas mode.
What can I say? He feels the need to be jolly.
Yeah. All year round. Sweet.
Hey.
Gotta be
Sounds
different.
like-
I gotta
And-
think snow.
My hotbar appears to have completely reset to nothing. Oh, there we go. It's fixed.
Yeah, so what I have to do whenever my hotbar does that, I've noticed that happens only here on the experimental, but my hotbar will be completely blank, and I just push 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, and it puts everything back.
Me, I just
Oh,
held
my-
Alt and then scroll wheel and back and forth,
Yeah.
and it replaced
Yeah,
everything.
I've had that happen. That's what I did too, is to scroll it to the different hotbars and they came back.
Yeah. One of the many unintended bugs of 1.1.
Well, I mean, it is experimental.
Yep.
Hey, it's not even early access, it's experimental.
Yep.
Let's see, it's only one world? I'm playing on 6.
Alright. Now that means this... Okay, before I screw this up... Yeah, this will be the only one that does this, so... Remove that. Get the lift on here. Like that. Just double checking. Yep, cool. That's the other thing, Staves. I don't know if you knew about this, but now when you copy your, if you use your middle mouse button to copy a building, or even like your smart splitters, it keeps the configuration. So when you put it down, it puts it down with the exact configuration that was in it. So no matter having to put down a bunch of machines and then copy your recipe on one machine and then paste it in all the other machines. Just put it on one machine, set your recipe with your power shards, summer sloops, whatever it is you're setting up in it. Use your middle mouse button to copy it, and then everything you put down, it'll put the shards, summer sloops, have it set exactly how that one's set. Very handy quality of life item.
Very.
Yes, make sure your first was correct.
Yeah.
And if you are into painting stuff, yeah.
All right, merger.
Sometimes I'll be like, okay, I'm going to use this wall with this material and this color, and then I can just place that down out of the way of my build, and I can just middle click it every time, and copies all that. No longer having to paint stuff, paint everything.
All right,
Your
now.
prototypes down next to where you're building, and then
I'll even do it for blueprints as well.
nice.
Yeah, just makes things. It's literally at that point, it's saving me hours and hours and hours of time.
Oh heavens, yes. Especially with what you do with your railroads.
You know, I don't just build railroads, right?
Yes, I have seen some of your other creations.
No. All he builds is fancy framework and railroads. He makes the buildings look fancy from the outside. Yeah, Dreadnought. See, look at that. Y'all made Dreadnought so bored he fell asleep.
And this game will do that to you.
Right? Yeah, hours and hours is nothing compared to the 10,000 hours Tundra works. Yes, I 100% agree with you on that.
Wait, only 10,000? Is that all? You're slacking there, dude.
And it's pretty crazy. After all that time, I still have not gotten tired of this game yet.
Well,
It tells you about the quality of a game like this.
Well, and again, that going back to my rule of thumb on game quality and whatnot, what do I want for my money? So my rule of thumb is I need to get a bare minimum of 1 hour of gameplay per dollar spent. And even then, that's being generous. I prefer to get an hour of gameplay for every 50 cents spent.
I think that one's been covered on this game.
You're scared to ask how many hours Thunder has now? I think he just broke the 3K mark.
Yeah, I'm approaching 3,400.
There you go.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the game and the experience. I slightly disagree. $1 an hour. It does depend on the game type.
Yeah,
Because
but
there are story games out there that are only like you spend like 20-30 bucks on it, right? And it only ends up being like a 3 or 4 hour experience. But the experience is absolutely amazing.
if the
It's
experience
something
is
you'll-
absolutely amazing, then
Yeah, there's some story games out there that's just like, oh my gosh, that was amazing.
but then the question is, does it have replayability value?
Well, those type of games usually don't. You play it the once, but you're glad that you experienced it.
Alright. Let's get that all set up. Let's got everything heading downstairs. So now I just need a spot for this last hole. Oh! I hear you, Dreadnought. I'm not, because I'm still trying to work on the house. And we were kind of waiting for that last freeze to pass by. Alright, that's got the 6 openings, so then we gotta attach these to all the smelters downstairs. Then I gotta figure out what the heck I'm doing with the overage. Because really, it's gotta merge back into the line somewhere.
I thought you were sending it to that very last machine.
Oh, that's what I
The one
thought.
that has the-
That's what I thought too, but
Yeah, you wouldn't have to merge it because the machine is going to be on its lonesome anyway for the output, so you might as well make it lonesome on the input if possible. That is.
true, it'll work, and that's because that thing's gonna be running on wait. No, my math still isn't working right. Something's off.
The overflow belt here would, if I got my math right, would be 180 total coming out of here.
I'm not worried about that right now. I'm trying to. It's my total. That came out to. Okay, hold on. 2317.2. 2317.2 divided by 150. No. Should be 2317. Tundra had me pull off that extra number, so it's kind of throwing me. Okay, 4634.4 is what we're making. Divided by 150. Came out to 30.896. %, of 150 is minus 15, so 145. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's gonna give us 150. All right. Yeah. So this might still take some little finagling, some tweaking to it afterwards. But no, I think you're right. I think this last belt on the end is going to go to that one lone machine. But I'm doing 5 machines. Somebody's having a heyday with their nobelisks. Thing is, this thing's producing less than 750. If that's producing less than 750, then those 5 machines that it's going to connect to are going to be choking. Because this is making 740. It is so shy of 750, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's so close to 750. I'm not going to worry about it. So that means, hey Phoenix, how you doing? Yes, the last provider set lower than the others, and the reason being is that we've got this all geared up for the exact amount of bauxite we've got coming in.
Yep.
All right, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's our 30. That's going to the last 5. So we got 1 left. And the 1 left is going to be getting only 150 per minute. That seems awfully low. Something with my math doesn't feel right, Tundra.
Now that was not an autosave.
Well, because
That was a heart attack is what that was.
wait. Oh no, I'm being stupid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 30, 150. Perfect.
I will be right back.
Okay. No, we're good. Alright, now, I don't know how to set this thing. Thunder knows how to set these things.
Put it, you want, so it's right up against the edge of that block. Yep, right there. One more in. Right there. Just make sure you snap to that first. Whoops,
Yeah.
I was wrong. One out from there. Sorry.
Yeah, well, it looks like I need to go in one as well.
No, that's
Nope.
not lined up with the splitter though. Out. Nope, out towards you, one from there. Right there. Yep. And then if you start at the floor hole, it'll snap up to the splitter. Yep.
Alright, there we go, we're good.
If you line them up that way, you have to come from the floor hole because if you
Oh,
start
yeah.
to the splitter, it'll be out like I think 2 more.
Oh yeah, I already did that downstairs. Alright, I think that's got us set. Alright, time to head downstairs.
Too late.
You should have hollered at me to hold the elevator.
I tried.
Yeah, well, the slightly less than 31 smelters is actually going to get divided between the last 5 that we're going to have here. So now I've got that set up. Okay, yeah, so Bit Viper, if you want something to do, if you can take this setup that I've got going here, and
That's for 5.
and duplicate it. It's for each. It's for each group of 5.
Okay, got it.
And I've got 20 on this row over here, so it makes it easy. And then we need to do the same thing over here. The spot that we gotta be careful with is this smelter right here.
Okay.
This smelter is number 31. It's not going to be
I was
connected.
just going to say, it looks like there's 11 here, so it's the start of the groups of 5 on this end, and leave
Yes.
that one separate.
Yes.
Got it.
Wait a minute. Where the hell's my floor holes?
I didn't take them.
I'm back.
Tundra, what'd you do?
I didn't do nothing. Just got back.
The 4 holes he put in are not visible on the bottom. I think I have an idea what's up.
I have an idea too. I'm coming down here to check. Yep. Tundra, we need to move the wall out.
Tell you what.
All my floor holes are outside the wall of the processing floor.
Ah, just put some wall holes on
No.
them.
You need to move the walls.
I know.
Not too easy.
And, well, actually, the wall holes wouldn't work for me because of the one offset hole that I've got.
Why, the wall holes still work. It'll connect to it with the lift.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
I can't, I'd have to completely
but I'll let you
slide
set.
that over. Is it
I'll
one, is,
I'll politely request that you set up the wall holes and connect them then, please.
It's only one foundation, so let's remove all this wall then.
See?
Well, I didn't know how far it was. I was over there. If it was like 4 or 5 foundations back, I'd be like, just put in some wall holes.
Yeah, no, I'm right up next to the wall. Alright, now we have to go with number 5 here. Okay, this one goes in the reverse of what we had on the other side. So this one gets the conveyor splitter with the input right there. No, not smart splitter. Splitter. Whoa. That was weird. What is happening?
I was safe. And you just walk off in an angle.
That's because it had me keep falling through the floor.
How'd you get these seats again? The floor's back. The one extra.
Yes, I was downstairs here working on my manifold for the input. that gives us our... Oh, shit. Anytime Thunder's messing with walls, I keep phasing in and out of them.
Yeah, there's a whole wall there now. It's all enclosed again.
Because I'm DC, so I've got disconnect and reconnect. Yeah, I'm back up to that 307 milliseconds.
Woo! Kicked me way back here.
Come on, Ping. Get down below 150 and then I'll be happy. That's close enough.
Alrighty.
I don't know what's causing.
Water.
I don't know what's causing the high ping. Because I don't get high ping on other servers. I definitely don't get high ping on the Icarus server, and they're all ran by the same company, same region. So I don't know what the difference is.
Different game, I guess.
Well, part of it I have noticed that, and this probably works the same way, when there's no players on the server, whoever connects first counts as the quote-unquote host. And so they get priority on ping. And so it's going to your place first, and then it goes to everybody else.
So what you're saying is your high ping rate's my fault.
It could be.
Alright, so if we all disconnect and then
But no, you're good.
reconnect. I wouldn't mind. It's like, because I know mine's definitely higher than it should be.
Alright, so, well, no, I mean, if yours higher than it should be, then it doesn't matter. Because that means we're all going to be higher than it should be.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'm at 83%.
Is there a reason this first lift going into the floor is pushed in as far as it is, or can I move that out by a tick?
Yeah, we push that in to keep our clearance. Because you got to remember, you got to do the back side of this as well.
Right.
So,
Clearance is that tight, so it does have to be in that further.
yep.
Okay. Do they both need to have the 2 floor holes like that? Or just the
No,
one?
no, I don't need a second floor hole.
Okay.
Yeah. Forgot to remove it.
There. That helps remove the confusion, I hope.
Yep.
And actually, even looking at this, yeesh. It might work, but man, it's going to be tight.
That's what she said.
Yep, 1, 2, 3, yep, perfect. Why does that one change? Oh, I see. They make it easier to see the... Okay, nice.
That's one of the things I like about the game. They have made all kinds of little visual tips to help you understand the orientation of different things. I believe the whole row is set up. Okay, I gotta do this one first. We go.
Hey, Dreadnought. Only 2 hours? Well, I mean, Bit Viper's already creeping up on the 1,000-hour mark on the game.
Oh, I'm 1,100 plus by now.
Oh, okay, you broke the 1,000-hour mark. But I also know you're playing on multiple servers.
Yeah, I've got 2 single player of my own going. I've got 2 servers, my own server and this server running, and then I've got 2 other guys, Gibbs and another guy roughly the same level, but I'm also playing with them at times.
Okay.
So that's 6 different worlds that I'm playing on.
All right, now I'm trying to figure out how I want to run the belts from the floor holes in the ceilings down to our respective inputs, because if you look at where I'm at, I'm stepping away for a smoke, but if you look at where I'm at, you can see how I did the input here. The input's basically a mirror image of how we're doing the output. Just in reverse. And when I say in reverse, it's splitters instead of mergers.
These are 1-to-1, 1 input, 1 machine, right? Nick.
What do you mean?
One floor hole, 1 machine.
No. 1 floor hole goes to 5 machines.
Oh, okay.
That's why I've got what I've got set up over here on the back side.
I see. I got it.
But this time around, you don't have to have the floor hole to run the lift to. Instead, we're going to be pulling it from the ceiling. I was trying to figure out the best way to run the belt on the ceiling to make it look nice.
My first impression would be to run the, and this is right off the cuff, would be to run the lift from the feed point on the machines straight up to the roof.
That's what I was thinking.
And then bring the floor holes, since they don't go straight into the individual points, they'll have to come out into the factory and then down the line, some of them. But I think that's how I would do it.
Exactly. I mean, that's how I was looking at that, going, okay, we got to work this because the floor holes aren't lining up with the middle of the spots. And honestly, even if I did it as the first machine and then fed 4 other machines from it, it still isn't going to line up. So
yeah, it still doesn't line up right. So either way, because the machines upstairs don't line up with the machines downstairs, you're going to have to do some shifting one way or another.
But because of the way that I know that the belts work and everything, I like to do the input in the middle and then have it go out to the other 4.
Yep, I agree. That keeps it as balanced as it can be.
Well, that, and it'll make it look like a mirror image on either side of the machine.
That too. Yep.
More of a visual than a
Yeah.
functionality.
In this case, it's a bit of both.
Well, if you did it the other way, where you input it on the end of the input, it wouldn't matter. It would just take slightly longer to fill up.
To start, it'd take a bit longer to start up, but otherwise, because you're working with the same numbers in and out, it wouldn't matter ultimately.
But as you can see, chat, even with 3 of us sitting here working on it, redoing this aluminum factory has taken many, many, many hours.
Oops, that one.
All right, now.
Will you sample what I'm pointing at already? Oh, doggone it.
Now I'm going to change this to straight belts.
Don't want to use the new curve mode yet.
Well, let me try that and see how it looks.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it looks amazing, and other times it's just like, what the hell?
The curve mode has some idiosyncrasies to it.
Curve mode makes it an invalid shape.
So.
The curve mode also does adds a similar type of curve to in the vertical sense as well.
Sure does. Yeah, so if you want to build roller coaster belts and pipes, then you use curve mode.
It will do the job very nicely.
Yeah, pretty smooth. Yeah, it does what the train lines do, which is on the spline system.
Go to this middle one here.
So these floor holes are one extra tick again. Do I need to push the floor holes in on the back side of these two? The second row?
Give me a second. Try and get our inputs taken care of here. That way, when we kick this thing on, because that's the worst thing about this particular factory is that we can't kick it on until after everything is in place.
Yep.
Otherwise, the system's going to hydrolock itself.
The front of aluminum.
Yep. One of my more favorite factories to build.
Oh,
Just
yep.
because
I wind
it's
up.
not as simple.
I wind up in the pipe.
Ew.
Shoot.
Bang.
Well, I'll just have to deal with a. I'll have to deal with a
I'll
tiny.
have to move that pipe.
No, I'll just have to deal with a tiny bit of clipping.
Yeah.
Come on.
Because I don't think the clipping is going to be avoidable. Oh, come on, connect. Oh, it doesn't want to connect to it because the pipe's in the way. Go figure. Alright. Wait. Oh. Because for some reason, this lift is... Why is that doing that?
I really wish they had a mark on the lift that indicated whether it was going up or down.
It does when I'm holding a lift in my hand.
Yeah, but you got to have something in your hand or something similar to it.
But for some reason... Okay, I gotta go back upstairs. I screwed something up.
Oh, hey, nice. You broke 600.
Oh yeah, I broke 600 last night.
Very good.
Oh, for some reason, all of these feeds coming down are aimed upward. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I screwed up here. Oh. You know what I think I screwed up? I think these smart splitters aren't right. Oh, it's gonna make me rebuild all the crap.
You have to rebuild something?
I'm not sure. I'm trying to figure out why the smart splitter only has one input. So why are these? So let me try on this one.
Save. Oh, because your lift below your floor is already in place.
Oh, no.
You need.
I gotta remove those, but the thing is that when because I had the lifts above the floor put in first.
Want me to take these off down here?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, it could have bugged out sometimes. Sometimes
These
they
are
do.
off.
All right. Okay. Now I gotta remove that. And I gotta remove this. That way I get the smart splitter to actually line up.
And I have added the rest of the feeds for that row as well.
Okay.
I know what happened. When you set those floor things, you were pulling them from the floor hole, so they were whatever direction you had currently had them set to, irrespective of what the splitter above was.
Yeah.
And I just realized that because I just had to do the same thing down here. That means I need to check these and make sure these are going in the right direction. And they are not.
Okay. Oh, hey Gwen. Thank you for the raid.
Welcome, Raiders.
Let me hey Phoenix, are you still here? Alright. Let me take a brief moment to hop over to the laptop. And get an exclamation mark Gwen in there. Gwen was playing some awesome Valheim today. It was so much fun watching her before the stream. Oh, see? I know what happened. Gwen raided me, which means Jules came over here, and that's why everything was built backwards. So, perfect timing, Gwen. I can blame Jules for this all being built backwards. Oh, that's right. It was auto-saving. Okay.
Don't encourage it.
And thank you so much for the raid, Gwen. You are amazing. Y'all don't forget to hit that like button. It really helps out the channel. It really does. Alright, now. Wait, why'd you take that one? Oh, he took that one away. This one was fine. Oh, maybe it wasn't. This one's fine. Yes, Jules broke things again. Alright. Yeah, so even that first one I thought was correct.
Saving.
Ow. Do, 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 do. I really hope they have a patch that comes in soon that lets me change the music in my elevator.
Oh, heavens, yes.
It'd be nice.
Wait, no. Other way.
Okay, no, whatever you say.
There we go.
She's like, well, I admire your investment in your work. Why don't you invest it somewhere more productive?
Alright, now we can try this. There we go. Now that's doing what it's supposed to. Wait a minute. Okay, yep, that's correct. Alright, good. Alright, so now we can go here, straight mode. Put that there. Then the next one goes there. Oh yeah, that just clipped the hell out of that belt. Well, at least it's a Logistics Explorer-ish. Gotta figure things out here. So how things go on your stream, Gwen? Oh yeah, today's. I know there's different settings for the music on the elevator. The problem is that on a dedicated server, you can't change the music on the elevator. In single player, and I believe even in multiplayer, you can change the music on the elevator, but in the dedicated server mode, it doesn't.
Single player won't either. At least it wasn't last time I tried.
Oh, just started looking for the new Queen location. Nice.
Yeah, I usually set most of my elevators in my single player to
Well, I mean,
random.
it is on. It is on experimental still. Alright, so we're not going to come all the way up to the top then. Because we're going to have to get a little bit of a bend in our belts. I like that. Alright, now this is going to connect too steep
they're not at the same level. So it's trying to pull it, bring it the other way. It's trying to make up the difference in level with the little short strip on this end.
You know what? I'll make it curved.
That actually looks nice.
It does. But it's too far away. Too long.
Dude, that looks so cool though.
Thank you so much,
That
Gwen.
looks cool.
Alright. So I'm going to start off with you going like this. Come down just low enough that we're out of the way of where the other belt holes are going to come down. Oh, this is getting so complicated.
We're gonna have you crocheting here pretty quick.
Oh, I know. I'm working on seeing if I can actually take my belts and actually make a knot. Oh yeah, boy, we made that super tight over here.
The offload holes right above those.
Alright, now let's do this.
Those gotta go over there, okay.
See if we can make this play nice.
You're too close to the wall for going that way. You'd have to like turn it to the side.
Yeah. That has an interesting look to it. Oh, that went too far. All right, Gwen, have a great time. Sleep well. We got to get into some Valheim together. some crazy belt work going on in here. And then, just because we're going to be lazy with it, because this one's easy. Oh wait, that one's still not fixed. That one's still going in reverse. Hold on. Oh, that assembler doesn't need to be there. That was there while I was trying to figure out some math.
What assembler?
Yep, aluminum scrap spaghetti. Yeah, alright, so that comes out. Oh, okay. Alright, now that's correct. Ah! Autosave. We're stuck with our elevator music. Where's that last floor hole? There it is. Alright, so then we're going to take this, do that like that. Then we're going to take this, all right. Oh, yeah, this last one you have here, I see you put a lift on it going up. It needs to have a floor hole. It needs to be going downstairs.
Alright. I just did that. I didn't have any idea. I just did the same as the other ones. Okay, so another hole.
This,
Or should I line this floor hole up with the other two just to be the same?
oh, that'd be good. It'll make it easier when we're building downstairs.
Done.
Okay, I need a smelter. Alright, that's got that part taken care of. Now, separate area for smelters. Copper's coming in there, so let's do this.
Hard work pays off.
I'm glad you say so, Ada. She told me hard work pays off.
Yeah.
Where's my paycheck, Ada? Where's my paycheck?
Apparently I'm getting a raise.
In work hours, right?
So 75 per minute. 780 divided by 75 because it's 10.4. All right, so we need 10 machines. But this has an easy manifold because it's only one belt of copper coming in to 10 machines, 11 machines. All right, give me a moment to grab a smoke real quick. I think we have this in a good spot here. So if you want to build while I'm away, Bit Viper, don't get too close to the elevator, but we need 11 of these smelters, and just copy this smelter because it's already got the configuration set up.
Where's copper coming in?
Well, I'll be bringing it in soon enough. That's why I've got this set the way that I do.
Okay, so you want it in line with these?
Yeah.
One then?
Yeah. Just take it like down that direction and down that direction. But we need a total of 11.
Got it.
And then, because I know you're gonna build that pretty quick. On the inputs, if you want to just go ahead and have a manifold set up for it, you don't need to split it like we did with the aluminum stuff. It can all be one belt.
Yep, okay.
Stupid autosave.
And then on the export end of it, if we do it correctly, actually no, it's easy because copper's 1 for 1. So just build a manifold on the export side of it to merge all the machines together. And that'll give us one belt of 780 copper ingots a minute.
And do you have preference as to whether these manifolds are on the floor or lifted?
Don't care. Your discretion. We'll leave it at the artist's discretion.
As with everything else, they both have their advantages.
Just however you set it up, that'll let me determine where I'm going to put the wall hole for the copper conveyor coming in.
And now we have that flexibility, which is nice.
All I'll need to know is where the beginning of it is and where the end is. Hold on. All right. I stepped back past the doorway.
A little too far.
Well, it's not too far thing. I think there's something in the wiring in this wall that puts some kind of a barrier because I step out on my porch and I'm still less than 15 feet away from my computer.
Yeah, I know sometimes power wire in your power in your wall, if it's a direct line, it gets interrupted slightly.
Right.
Should I assume that both the input and output are going in and out of the wall right here, opposite the elevator?
No, the output is going to go downstairs.
Okay. The input's coming in the wall here?
The input's going to come in from the wall behind me.
Okay, let me ask a question a different way. Which way should the manifold flow?
Okay, the copper's going to come in from the east. I'm not worried about which way the manifold flows. Whichever direction you want to do it, we'll work with it.
Okay.
Because we got to build a stupid number of machines downstairs that are going to be making sheets and casings.
Both input and output will be at the wall.
Now, downside is that I don't remember. Like I said, the output just needs to go through a floor hole.
Right. But I'm saying that they're both going to be on that end.
Okay, that works. All right, so we're doing that there.
That way downstairs, they're next to a wall. I'm assuming the wall contains down, where they're not, rather than coming out in the middle of the floor somewhere.
All right, I get to try out this weird wall hole.
Reload time. I'm starting to get thrown about.
Oh, I think we're about to get kicked.
No, that was just me logging out. Just give it a second. It was me logging out.
All right, there's our conveyor hole for the input. So
Now I'm logging back in. So might lag again. Yeah, I was getting thrown about, and the game couldn't decide if I had power for my hover pack or not.
okay.
And it kept putting me back to where I was, and then it would throw me somewhere else, and didn't have power, and then put me back to where I did have power. It's just like,
I blame Ada.
I blame Jules.
Well, see, the real secret
It's an ongoing joke with Gwen's chat. Anytime things go wrong, it's Jules' fault. He can be on the other side of the map, and somehow it's still his fault. Alright, why is my elevator not working?
did it get depowered, or?
I don't
I don't
know.
think I removed any power, but
Music's still playing.
the music
Door
plays
open.
regardless.
Okay. I'm going to, I suspect... Damn, I got awesome ping right now. But I think that I've gotten desynced.
Yeah, I tried to join and I crashed out, so. Not with the same error code, that was different.
Okay.
Different memory access. Yeah, my ping's back to what it was.
Yeah, my ping's back to a nice level now.
Now that I'm out.
Well, no, I mean, I'm down below 100. I'm sitting around 50 now. I just wonder if there's something going on Tuesday nights on Nitrado or on Steam or something that's causing this. No? Elevator's not working. I don't know why it's not working, but elevator's not working.
It wouldn't have even mattered if I accidentally disconnected something up top, because it's connected to the train station.
Yeah, elevator's broken.
Yep.
Back in the game.
Try calling the car upstairs.
I'm down on the ground.
Or, okay, try calling it down there.
I'm not even in the building. There we go. I can move again.
Because the doors,
Definitely connected. Yep.
the door's not even closing on the elevator.
Oops.
All right, it just closed.
There we go.
Yeah, I called it.
Okay, yeah, I saw it go down to you.
Okay. Try going up. Clink. And we're going up.
Oh, I see. Tundra has the master key for the elevator.
That's it. He has the maintenance key.
Yeah.
There we go.
I don't know how they are now. They used to be really
Set.
easy to make those.
Now it's working for me. All right, east. All right, the hole's there.
There must be a delay. I was smashing the button before you got up to the top there. I was hoping it would just close the doors again. Send you back down.
All right, we're gonna bring this over to here. Can I? No. It won't let me do that. Well, shoot. Well, I can guesstimate. It's got a weird twist to it that I didn't mean to do. Alright, Tundra, I think I'm gonna need your help with this copper belt. It don't look right. And it's clipping through the wall. Well, so I had to put the lift. I had to put the lift in first. So actually, I had a point for the belt to connect to, and I tried lining it up with a conveyor hole.
Permission to fix it?
Yeah, go for it.
You always have permission to fix it. You're an employee, after all.
You know, but it wasn't something that I built, so I just didn't want to mess with it without permission.
No, I was looking for help to get it looking better.
Yeah, I was trying to be a smart ass.
Let's see. We're coming up, right?
Yeah.
All right.
I will go back to hooking up these miners then.
Here you go.
Oh, I do like the curved belts.
That curve, oh, come up here and look at it. That curve looked nice.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at it from above.
Oh, you're right up here next to me. Okay.
Yeah, I built it from up here. Yeah, that works out nicely. All right, cool.
Oh, if you want to know what I did there, Dragon,
I saw it.
is in order to,
I
in order to
watched.
get the, okay, I didn't know if you were watching or not.
Yeah. No. Anytime I ask for help like that, most of the time I'll stick around and watch what you do, to try to stick it in my head.
All right, now I'm lost. There's an elevator around here somewhere. There it is.
All right. Cool. So we've got the smelters for the aluminum and for the copper all set up and ready to go.
Nice.
We got the copper heading downstairs. We got the aluminum heading downstairs. Now, hey, Eric. Oh, I just hit my face mask. I was drinking my coffee. Tink. All right, that's got that spaghetti mess going. It's not really a spaghetti mess, but it's a lot of conveyors.
Hey, it's playing a tone when it gets to the floor.
All right, let's do a 750. Now, how many aluminum ingots per minute was I needing to be exported?
Freaking Ada. I don't care how your factory looks, just make it efficient.
Right?
But
But looks is part of that.
Um,
A crappy-looking factory can't be efficient, right?
all right, that's two 750s there. That's 1,500. Plus the extra we're going to get out of this. This will be the one that's going to be choking. Well, actually, this was not going to be choking. This was going to be doing the full 150. This one's going to be the one that's going to be choking. But just barely. Working on my aluminum factory. So, here, I'll pull this up.
what?
So, this is one of the most interesting factories to build in the game, but also one of the most frustrating. So, I've got factories that need aluminum ingots. We need alclad aluminum sheets for our belts, and we need aluminum casings for a couple factories. So, the way this thing works, I'll head upstairs so you can see. So, oh, my elevator's not playing music no more. Why are you not playing music? I guess it got tired of playing music in the elevator. Alright, so this has got a lot going on here. So we're bringing the bauxite in. So we're mining bauxite. That's getting brought in here. And then we're doing a manifold to balance out the bauxite so that we can take advantage of our belt speeds. Our belt speeds are limited to 780 a minute currently. So now it's 780 a minute. These belts, oh, and you see that empty space on the belt? That's not an issue. It's a glitch here on the experimental branch. But now this bauxite is coming here and going into these refineries. These refineries are making alumina solution. And we have these geared up to exact clock speeds for what we need it to be doing. We've gone very precise on our machines here. Then that alumina solution is going into these refineries, where it's going to take that alumina solution plus some coal, and it's going to produce aluminum scrap. The aluminum scrap is what we're actually needing. Now, that aluminum scrap, though, is also going to have a secondary output of water. So that water has to get recycled back into these machines. The trick on this factory is to make sure that this area up here doesn't get hydrolocked. So if this can't output water, and this winds up full of water, then it's going to stop the machine. If it stops the machine, then this can't make aluminum solution, at which point we don't get aluminum. Now, after that's done, and we've done a careful work, Tundra's done an amazing job with it, but we have the water coming out of these, and it's going to feed back into these so that we can have a limitation on our water. And the primary thing feeding these things water is going to be from the secondary machines making the scrap. Now the scrap then is going to head downstairs, which is where I was just at. This is where we've been putting most of our time in today. And this is where we're doing our smelting. So now, these machines, all these machines you see here, are going to be smelting the aluminum into aluminum ingots. And then, those aluminum ingots are heading downstairs to the next level, where then we're going to process them. But, for the stuff that we're making downstairs, we also need a copper. So we got ourselves a little row here, making copper ingots as well. So, it's a lot of math, Eric. Most other factories that we build in the game, we can wind up going, oh, if it's got a little bit of overage, no worries. You can't do that with aluminum. Aluminum has to be exact. Otherwise, like I said, you hydrolock the system. No, we're not running spreadsheets. We're doing it entirely in our heads and use the end command to do our, because you can use the end command, you see how I look this stuff up. So I'll give you a, for instance, 4634.4. That is how much aluminum scrap per minute I'll be making. And I knew my machines needed, are maxing out at 150. So then I divide that by 150, and that told me that I need 30.896 smelters to smelt the aluminum. So we built 31 smelters, knowing full well that I have a group of 5 over here that are going to choke, because we're also limited to our belt speed. Our belt speed is at 780, so 780 is the maximum that we can run on a single belt. And so it's breaking up the machines to make sure we fit that 780 belt speed until we finally finish phase 4, once we finish phase 4, then we'll be able to get our new belts, which will do 1,200 a minute. So, but no, I do know a lot of people that play Satisfactory that do spreadsheets. However, most of us that do this now, well, no, that's the thing is I don't want to add water to the system because it's outputting water. So we got water pumps downstairs. Oh, that has an amazing look to it. I gotta check something because I just noticed I'm not getting music at all. What happened to my music? Music set.
When I came down, it dinged when it got to the floor too, which was new.
Oh no, I've heard the ding when it goes to the floor, but are you guys getting music?
I'm not near the elevator. Let me go look.
Well, I mean, I'm not getting elevator music. I'm not getting in-game music.
I have in-game music turned off, but the elevator is not playing music.
Okay. I gotta make sure I talk more. So there's a couple websites that we use. Tundra hooked me up to these, but there's Satisfactory calculators out there to where you can say, all right, this is my input, this is what I've got, this is the output that I want, how do I make it happen? And it'll tell you how many machines you have to build and whatnot to make stuff happen, which is nice, but I also enjoy the challenge of doing the math myself and going, all right, how are we going to build this? How do we want to lay it out? What's the next step?
Yeah, there's no elevator music. Seems to be muted.
Okay. So it's not just me. I'm wondering.
It's really just you. We're just playing along.
Yeah, we're just messing with it. Be hilarious. Just stringing you along.
Well, no, it's making me wonder if I need to have us all go back to the main menu for a second and have me reboot the server.
Looks like other than that, everything's fine.
Okay. I love the fact that, unlike most every other game out there, they actually have an option in their audio, if the music actually plays, but they have this streamer mode, so it mutes the licensed music so that you don't get dinged for having licensed music on your channel.
Yep, a feature that every game should have.
Absolutely.
If you have licensed music in your game, and that is.
Oh, and there's our lumens kicking in. Oh, no, I don't have lumens turned on. That's right. Because it absolutely obliterated my FPS.
Which is interesting.
But
Interesting because I've got less RAM and not as good graphics card, but I can run Lumen just fine.
But I'm also streaming at the same time, and so it's doing the video card is doing double the work. Well,
it's like, and I'm recording.
But the thing is, you're recording, so it's not having to do double the work. Mine's doing video on one screen, doing a video on another screen, and uploading that video at the same time. Okay, so that's got that set and autosave. So now we've got 750 aluminum coming down per opening, except for that one. So I need to go downstairs and hook something up to this one so I can remember that one's only producing 150. Hey, I might need to back out of the game and log back in to get music, but y'all are saying the elevator's not playing music for any of y'all.
Right.
But I'm not getting any in-game music either. Alright, heading down.
Doesn't play all the time either.
Heading down to this floor. Okay, now this is going to be an interesting setup. Alright, bear with me a moment, chat. I'm actually going to back out of the game for a second.
You miss your elevator music.
Well, not just the elevator music. I not having the in-game music at all. Because I don't even have it here on the main menu. I don't even have the sounds on the main menu.
Oh, that doesn't sound right.
Yeah. I hear the click, click, click as I move my mouse up and down the selections, but you can't hear the factory running or anything. So yeah, I'm going to back out of the game for a second, and then we're going to reload it. Hey, we are playing on experimental, so random unknowns are expected to happen. Yeah, Eric, if you want to, even if you don't jump in the game, if you want to hop into one of my open voice channels, I'll drag you down to my going live area, and you can ask us questions and whatnot. You're more than welcome to. Eric's a good friend of mine.
Seems like I'm in the same boat.
Alright, server manager. Here we go.
I went back to the main menu and there was no main menu sound.
Okay. Well, after
That's new. That's the first time I've ran into that.
Okay, so after exiting the game, my ping went back up. It's no longer down below 100, but I do have music now.
That's good.
What was it? Somebody pushed a button they shouldn't have and just shut off the music for everybody.
Yeah, now I got music.
Yeah, I had music on the main menu. I'm waiting for the game to finish loading. Mine takes a little bit longer to load because I don't have it on the... I don't know. This one is on my solid state. It just takes a long time to load because there's a lot of crap we've built on this server.
Yeah, I mean, it's not required, but it is definitely recommended by the devs to put it on a solid state drive. They say it works way better. They were going to require it, but they said, well, not everybody has a solid state, so we're not going to require it, but we're going to heavily recommend putting the game on a solid state.
Oh, but now I'm curious.
Well, I guess I need to sign back in here in a minute, too.
Oh, good God. What did you say? He went through a tunnel.
That's a little scary. Whoa.
Yep.
Bit Viper, I think you lost your connection something awful. Elevator's broke. And I'm not getting any in-game music.
I've logged back in. Give it a second for the...
Oh, no, I have in-game music now.
Yeah, it probably was because I had logged in too. There we go. And we're back.
But I pushed the button on the elevator, and the doors opened, but there was no car.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Do I sound better now?
Yes.
I was on my Bluetooth. That's because I was AFK.
You sound like you were going, Mr. Roboto.
Yeah, that Bluetooth headset is somewhat less than optimal.
It
Yes.
appears to be working correctly again.
Yeah, road noises. Well, I would show you if the elevator was working.
It is. It's not working for you.
There we go. Now it's working. Oh, and I got elevator music now too. Oh, and look at the steam coming off my copy. Oh, but this time my copy has cream in it. Earlier my copy was black, the way I like it.
Yeah. I just do not put stuff in my coffee. It's like I need it as strong as it can possibly be.
So here we are at our rail station, and this is what you're hearing, Eric. Is you're hearing the trains coming in and out of the station here. Now, partially because yeah, we gotta figure out something here, Tundra. So the car that actually needs the aluminum ingots isn't getting any aluminum ingots.
Well, just have to
And Grant,
remove the belts.
well, yeah, well, I mean, this stuff can be deleted anyways because they're all empty.
If you just remove the belt between the two, transfer all the stuff from one train to the front,
Hey, Dark.
or from the other car to the front.
Yep.
Alright, so I've got the coal fully hooked up now, and I've got the bauxite fully hooked up now.
Oh, nice.
And
So-
the water's done, so
Do we have the coal train hooked
Yes.
up?
everything is hooked up. And if we want to import more bauxite later, that is also hooked up, so we can do that.
Okay. All right, I'm switching that aluminum over to the other train station.
Yep.
Hey, the train's gonna blow through it, but that's it. That's all the aluminum they get until we actually get this thing finished.
Yeah, one of the other things I did too before we started this project was I turned off the fused frame sync.
Oh, okay.
Which is back up.
Okay.
Yeah. That way it stopped using all that aluminum ingots, because I was like, it's okay.
Right.
Come back in a week and it's all going to be gone. So the only thing using the aluminum ingots was the packaged rocket fuel.
Oh, and now my coffee looks like it's black coffee. It's hard to tell. You know,
You're in a non-lead situation.
but hey, you know, this is the most epic coffee cup ever. Because I'm looking straight down, and my coffee cup's not spilling. Oh,
It never runs out.
all right, here comes our train. One of our trains. Do we have the coal train actually delivering?
Yep.
Okay. Ah, here's the locomotive I was looking at that was never able to pick up anything.
He's just like, there's no ingots for me.
Now this one should wind up being pretty epic, because this one has it has a completely empty car. I love watching this when it happens.
And the train stations have infinite cars.
All right,
Inside the
come on,
crates.
go. All right, this one's gonna pull in. There we go. That'll make that factory happy. All right, well, that's going to run us completely out of ingots. Yep.
I mean, it's only 150 a minute, so we got some time.
Oh, I didn't do all the processing. I need to go to smelting. Alright, bear with me just a moment, chat. Be right back. Oh, yeah, it'll all be automated. By the time we're done, this factory is actually going to be built in a way that it's going to be supplying several other factories. So it's going to load the train, and the train is going to take our produced materials to other factories that need those materials. Yeah, I would say, Bitviber, you can tell Gib that he's more than welcome to watch the stream from tonight, because all he's going to see is aluminum, and y'all are already there.
No, we're not quite there, but we're going to be there pretty soon.
Yeah,
Avoiding spoilers.
he is. He's trying to. He's trying to.
And I'm trying not to tell him or guide him in any way. I'm trying to let him make the decisions.
Yeah, I mean, I toss him suggestions and ideas, tips and things. Well, like you did with me, Tundra. Where you threw a few tips to me on ways to use the system. Yes, we got drills set up here. This map looks insane because we have radars everywhere. Normally, when you first start and everything, you can't see all this stuff. But, so we're right here in this area. And what you have is these bauxite nodes. And what we've done is we've dropped miners on those. And, now granted, these nodes have a infinite amount of the resource. But just because it has an infinite amount of the resource doesn't mean that we have all the resource that we need, because you need so much per minute. And so that's why we've got 4 bauxite nodes feeding this factory. Actually, I think we got 5 now.
We got 6.
6.
Yep, 2 impure, 2 impure, 2 normal, and 1 pure. Is it 5? Yeah, I guess it's 5 then. No, there's 4 around us, and then yeah, it is 5. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, then we got the one that I pulled from the coal area upstairs. The one you said we needed to add into the mix to actually get the best bang for the buck here.
Yep, and you're just like, how did you do 10 refineries for this?
Yeah.
And then you got to build it, and you're just like, oh, all right, that makes sense now. Because I didn't, fully overclock them all.
Right. Whereas we went...
refineries was the best thing for my inputs of my other machines. That's why I use that number.
Which makes sense.
I've actually recently been getting into the whole not fully overclocking every single thing, but going with, okay, this is how much I need to be outputting to these machines, and this cluster of machines needs to be fed by this belt with this amount. So then I've been clocking machines based on that, based on those kind of numbers.
Makes sense.
And
makes sense.
Then your logistics is so much simpler.
So now I think I'm going to have to go do some roaming around, or I just need to ride on top of the aluminum train. That'll be the smart thing. I need to ride on top of one of the aluminum trains, then I need to ride on top of the other aluminum train. Wait, they're both going to the same place, aren't they?
No.
They're not?
One goes to fuse frames, and the other one goes to rocket fuel packaging.
Okay, well
The big rocket fuel plant.
I'm not worried about the rocket fuel packaging. Oh, we should shut off the sink on the rocket fuel packaging. Yeah, we should shut off the sink on the rocket fuel packaging because that's just using aluminum and throwing it away.
Yeah.
I was rethinking for a second, trying to go, wait, are we going to hydrolock if we do that? So, no, not at all. So, all right.
No, not really. And we're going to have aluminum up here, done here shortly anyway.
Yeah. I'll say, while I go to check to see, well, damn it, that's not going to work.
Working on power up here at the moment. Getting hooked to switches.
So, Bit Viper, we need a bare minimum on that. If you're counting your floors from the top down, so first floor is bauxite processing where we're at. If you go down to aluminum processing, we're going to need to have assemblers set up down there. It's just going to be a bunch of assemblers, but we need assemblers set up for sheets and cases. We're probably going to sloop those. I know the sheets are going to get slooped for certain. If you want to just kind of do yourself a quick calculation, I'll say half the aluminum to go into sheets and casings.
Do you mean half each, or only half of it to be used for the two together?
Half for the two together. Because I've got to use aluminum ingots for a couple other factories. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to the rail station and I'm going to hitch a ride on the trains, get my math for how many ingots I'm actually needing.
1,300.
Okay, so I've got 6
Oh. So,
things coming down, so I can use 3 of them for this stuff.
so you said 1,300 is what we're needing, Tundra?
And I'm getting ready to recheck, but yeah, I remember that being the number. It was 1,300 ingots together.
Okay, well that makes that easy. Oh,
1,300.
all right.
Yeah, and I knew you were gonna summer sloop the ingot machine or the ingot smelters, so I was like, yeah, that won't be an issue. So the full calculation of how many ingots we're making altogether minus 1,300.
All right.
The 4
So then
sheets and casings.
what we're gonna do is we're gonna take these 2 belts here. All right. Now for the hard part, because I love the fact that they give us guidelines, but it'd be nice if they gave me vertical guidelines. Oh, I don't need to go down the train yet.
I hit the wrong one.
The buttons are just so small. It's like my freaking keyboard. I got big old monster hands.
Any
All right.
preference as to which ones I use here?
Yep. I want this one here
Yep.
and this one here. The 2 of those together, those are going to feed the train with just ingots.
Okay, so I use the other 4 here then?
Yes. Just keep in mind this one right here
Is a separate one.
is not a 750.
Do I use that one?
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely use it.
Okay. So that means I use the other 5 then, yes? 4 750s and the spare?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes.
Okay. And use the whatever number of assemblers necessary to eat all that.
Yep. And don't forget, you got your copper coming in here.
Yep. Copper's over there.
And chances are, you need to, when you're going to come up with your sheets and your casings, you're going to need to base it off the copper.
That'll be the limiting factor, okay. How much copper do I got? Where's
780.
right above me? 780 copper, okay.
So you asked about
This is L-clad, right?
alclad and casings, both.
Yeah, we're using an alternate that for the casings that also uses that copper.
Yeah, yeah. So if you, and that's why it's all being done in assemblers. So when I look at the aluminum casing, you're looking at the alclad casing is what we're doing.
Yep, okay.
Because it's a big jump. It's 112.5 per minute. And
Yeah.
So what do you say for copper, 780 or 750?
780.
Okay.
So, you were asking about the slooping, Eric. So, there's alien technology on the planet. And so we've tapped into the alien technology. And we've had these things called summer sloops. And so what it does is you can put the same amount in for the recipe, but it doubles the output. But you have to be careful with slooping because I'll give you the example of a place where you really don't want to sloop unless you really want to do some, you really got to figure out your math.
I'll have some fun.
Because if you do this, you're going to have to make a packager to package off the water. Because if you put a sloop in here, it won't just double the aluminum scrap to, oh my God, how much does it double it to? 1560 per minute? And that's with it not being fully overclocked. I'm not going to touch that because I'm not going to remember that clock speed. But then you wind up with 520 water per minute out of one machine. The pipe has a limit of 600.
And the max belt speed's 12.
Right.
So you wouldn't be able to pull out all the scrap either.
So there's places where you definitely don't want to use the sloops. Now, granted, you could, if you wanted to. You could take that 780 aluminum scrap, divide it by 2, which brings it down to, apparently I can't do math now. 780 divided by 2, 390. We could take the machine and tell it 390. And then throw a sloop on it. At which point, it'd still be doing the 260 water per minute. But, holy shit, we could make so much freaking aluminum. I just realized this. How did I just now realize this? We could double to quadruple our aluminum output with our setup, but we would need so many refineries, and it would require so much finite math to make sure that we didn't hydro lock or anything.
What are you trying to do?
Well, I just realized that we could, for instance, it was just a for instance thing, Tucker, but we could double the number of refineries, okay, on the aluminum scrap. Double the number of refineries, but set the target production rate at 390. And then throw a sloop in it, which will bring it up to 780. But then you wind up with you still wind up with a ridiculous amount of water.
Yeah. I think I'll settle for slooping the ingots.
Oh yeah. No, absolutely. I was just looking at the possibility there, going, oh wow, that would take some really complicated math, but we could make it work. Oh, thank you so much, Dreadnought. That's right. I haven't spilled my coffee yet. Even looking straight down.
Oh, I guess that doesn't do.
Alright, come down to aluminum processing. Now, how am I going to line up these two? I really wish it gave me vertical guidelines. Instead, I had to look at the pattern there. Alright.
Are we aiming for
Which
roughly the
means
same
that
amount of
goes
both the
there.
sheets and casings on the output?
No, more sheets than casings.
By how much? Like 2 to 1 or just a little
Three,
more? Or
3 to 1.
3 to 1 more sheets, right?
I have to
Hey,
swap that up later.
yeah, we might have to swap it up, but hold on, I'm trying to get
as a
my.
rough goal.
Give me a second. I'm trying to aim here.
Now, me personally, I'd do do the same amount each, but
Well, I mean, we know that we need more sheets than we do casings, so
kind of. But because we don't have any factories technically right now that need sheets, because those factories have already been
woo!
served by their own personal.
I got them
Their own
perfect.
personal sheet makers.
I got them perfect on the first try.
Something's wrong.
All right, so those are gonna go down there. Now,
And the only thing this factory for sheets right now is that it's going to be serving is for our own personal at the moment.
true.
But there is one factory that does need casings. I don't remember how many.
It needs that. It needs that many.
I don't even remember which factory that is. Oh wait, was it
Okay,
cooling systems?
Tundra, I'm gonna need your help down here at the rail line.
Did she break something?
No, I haven't broke anything.
Yeah.
Being thrown all over the place. That's my pain.
But I got a couple of ceiling holes that I need your help with.
Ceiling holes. I did make sure to give enough room above the train station so that we can run belts above them.
I saw that, but I'm not in your realm over here, and I'd rather you be the one that makes sure it stays pretty and everything.
Yeah, the floor holes can be in anywhere, and then we'll pipe it to the train. So.
Right, but
Or to the train.
I'm looking at how I have this set up, and I'm going, I don't know how you want to do this. So I want to leave this for you to.
I'd need to know where they're coming in.
Right. Well, that's
Where the
well,
floor
that's
holes
that's why I'm down here at the train line looking for you. So here's your 2 floor holes. These are your ingots.
This is 1300. Okay.
A little more than 1,300. It's about 1,500.
I guess I'd have to. Do you know where the other floor holes are going to be coming in or not?
I don't. Not yet.
Okay. Alrighty, so if that's the case, then I guess we follow the wall? One of the walls.
Depends on where Bitfiber puts all the machines and everything, and where the final output is.
Okay, so
I
that's
will.
done.
I will arrange them so they make the most trouble for you guys.
Okay, sounds good.
If
Oh,
you guys have a preference, I haven't. I'm still working out the math. So put a floor hole
I have a
somewhere for
preference.
where you want stuff. So
what's
Well, no, that's a lot harder to do. And
it's like what's taking you so long to do the math, man? I mean, it only took me 3 hours to figure out stuff upstairs.
I'm also eating.
you can't math and eat at the same time.
I have a problem mathing when I'm not eating.
No, I don't blame them there. When you're eating, you want to be able to enjoy the food. And I'm
That's a
having
bit of a stretch, but
I'm having buttered popcorn jelly beans.
What?
Yeah, jelly beans flavored as buttered popcorn.
I wouldn't be able to stop eating them.
They're
I've
all
heard those, but I've
dude,
also heard that they don't taste like buttered popcorn.
they do, and they're pretty freaking epic.
If they legit taste like buttered popcorn, yeah, I agree with Tundra. I wouldn't be able to stop eating them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but it's,
the whole bag would be gone in one sitting.
but it's like you get this buttered popcorn flavor, and then a very very mild sweetness that's added into it. So they're not overly sugary like most jelly beans are.
Yeah, they're not gonna rot your teeth.
Instead, you wind
I'm
up.
sure they will.
Instead, you wind up with this salty, buttery flavor with just a hint of sweetness. And so, yeah. When we were on our trip this weekend, went to Cracker Barrel, and Cracker Barrel is a great place to find some nostalgia candy. But I saw they had these buttered popcorn jelly beans. So I grabbed 3 packs of them, thinking I was going to share them with the kids.
Yeah.
The kids haven't gotten to have any of them. Instead, they got my other favorite nostalgia candy. They got the bottle caps.
Ooh, I haven't had those in ages.
Oh, I know. Granted, when I share the bottle caps with the kids, I'm a horrible parent. I'm a horrible dad because I pull out my favorites first and then give the kids the rest. I get the cola and the root beer ones. They can have the orange and cherry and grape. All right, chat. Grabbing a smoke real quick. I'll be right back. Well, why do I say I'm gonna be right back? I'm gonna be floating here for a minute while I grab a smoke. I'll still be talking to everybody. I love the trains coming through here, though.
Trains going in your factory always is nice. Just if you have the room for it.
Well, especially now that the gates actually work for the trains.
Yeah, I think if you've seen the aluminum factory on my single player, you definitely love that because I've got a main rail line running through, and then the train stations are on the outside of the main rail line.
Okay.
So other trains will be going through the factory that aren't
Oh,
the train station.
that's awesome.
And they're not even hindered at all.
That is awesome.
Yeah, it's a very similar setup to this one. It's got the the aluminum scrap and the aluminum solution on the top floor, and then goes down to the ingots floor, makes the copper ingots and the aluminum ingots, and then that goes down to the next floor, which makes the sheets and the casings. And then those goes down to the final floor where the train stations are.
Well, and I was gonna say, Chat, once we finally finish with this aluminum factory, because this thing's a beast to build, as y'all have seen. We've been building this factory for the last 3 sessions, and we're still going to be building it next week.
No, we should be done this week.
Are these to be overclocked but not swooped? Is that right?
It depends on if you want to do
Overclocked, yes. Slooped, I'm holding off on until we find out how much we need in other areas.
So I should build based on full overclocking, yes?
Yes.
I'd say if you want. I mean, if you don't want to because you want a certain set amount of sheets, just as long as you're using the aluminum.
Well,
Doesn't matter if you're overclocking.
and then we just have to make sure we put down a bunch of sinks.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, as long as he's using the amount of aluminum ingots that the factory's producing,
Yeah.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter if you overclock it or not.
Right.
Overclocking would just save space, basically.
We'll
Now-
see what the machine count comes out for.
Now, this will be one of the factories that has one of the higher priorities as far as power goes.
Yep. Oh yeah, that does remind me. I need to put down a priority pair switch. I'll let you set the priority, but I'll put down the switch.
You can go ahead and set it to A. Set it to the top. Because this is going to be supplying our materials for our belts and everything.
For now. Once you hit phase 5.
I wouldn't know.
Well,
And I haven't managed to catch any of your streams recently, so I don't know if you made it to phase 5 yet or not.
Nope, and I'm not even close. I am, I would say I'm probably a tier or 2 behind you. Not in progression, but in production.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I haven't even... The only manufacturers and stuff I've set up is for frames.
Now,
I'm
Grant,
working on two.
call me selfish, but the other reason I've been kind of slowing down production on our server here is because, well, I don't want to lose you when we actually make it up to phase 5. Because one of the things that's going to happen, chat, is when we hit phase 5, Tundra's going to leave the server until his single player makes it to phase 5. Because he's also going to be trying to avoid spoilers.
Nice. So priority group 1, you're saying? Or which one of these should be?
Yeah, we can set this entire factory to priority 1. Hey, Linus.
Alright. Working?
I love the elevator.
The elevator is a game changer for sure.
It is. Okay, there we go.
Okay, so the aluminum factory's in priority group 1 then.
Perfect. Thank you. 10 likes. Awesome. Thank you, Linus.
Oh, nice. Looney!
All right, now. It's casings. Okay, you're just doing your math right now. Okay.
Yep.
Do that. Crank it all the way up. So 75 ingots per minute. Oh boy. I don't know if we're gonna have enough space. This 375 per minute. Alright, so we got 70 per minute.
You haven't summer-slipped the copper yet, either.
27.5 times 2. 405. No, I didn't summer slip the copper because we've got it actually merged all together to where it all fits on one belt.
Right, but if you're not using enough copper ingots,
No,
or
no,
enough aluminum ingots, then
that's why
you're limited on the copper.
that's the math I'm doing right now. Okay, so that's 405 aluminum ingots. That needs 25 copper ingots per minute. You need 10 machines per belt. So 10 machines, that's 250. Ooh.
We'll smash in the butt. Like,
Ooh. Ooh.
You alright?
He's uncertain.
Alright. I'm heading back upstairs. We need to change the manifold on the copper. Bit of Viper.
Understood?
Otherwise, the problem is that we are going to wind up with so much aluminum. You know what? Copy that. Paste. Paste. So what you're going to need to do with the copper line is split it half and half.
Half and half to ingots and sheets, or casings and sheets?
No.
Or half and half on belts, or...
Half and half on belts.
Okay.
Where we're doubling, I'm doubling the copper output.
Ah, gotcha. So it's just a matter of gonna need two belts running down there.
Right.
Gotcha.
Because with only 780 copper coming down there, you just weren't going to have enough, because building for instance, let's say we took one of the aluminum belts that's producing 750. You're going to have 10 assemblers. That's going to use 250 copper. Okay, so we do 3 sheets, and it's basically burned through all your copper.
With the numbers I just finished coming up with,
So
780 copper, although you were doubling that, right?
yes,
Based on 780, I can give output of 3,300 sheets and 3,375 casings, using 33 machines doing sheets and 6 machines doing casings.
oh, don't forget,
That only uses 1,890 of the aluminum.
right. That's where this factory gets fun.
But now you said we're doubling the copper, so that'll... Oh, 780, 14, 15, 60. Did I do that right?
Alright, that should have you set. We just gotta split the copper. Can I post a link to the coffee cup has for sale? Linus, can you hit exclamation merch for me? Because right there on the merch store, it'll have the you'll be able to find the coffee cup right there. There's actually 2 of them. There's a black coffee cup, my personal preference. There's also a white coffee cup.
Let's see, how much aluminum is that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Dreadnought. Oh, there you go, Dreadnought. That's right. I hadn't changed that stuff over to being mod-only commands yet. Don't work for you. Wait, my merch store link doesn't work? Wait a minute. No, I click on it. It works just right. Just fine. You got the white glossy mug. And you got the DDG glossy mug. My favorite is the pint glasses. However, I will warn you that those pint glasses are not dishwasher safe. And I don't think the coffee mugs are either.
Is it because they do that one type of printing?
Yeah.
Or it's printed on there and then it just comes off if you get too much pressure.
Well, I mean, even with my pint glasses, and I think it might just be with the way my wife washes the glasses and everything, and the heat of the water. But one of my pint glasses, it started flaking. But that does remind me, I need to go back on here because I have a thing that I want to buy off of my store. Oh, wait, it's not on my store. What the hell? I gotta go double check my store because I had designed a DDG hoodie, and I need to make sure it's in all sizes because my oldest child, she's obsessed with hoodies, and I don't know if my logo is gonna fly going into middle school.
Like, what the heck is that?
All right, then, right? Awesome. Awesome, dude.
So if we want more sheets than casings, I need about 3 times as much room down here.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna figure is because we're gonna need space for a insane amount of machines.
Is that
Even
with overclocking as well?
that's even with them being overclocked.
Okay, here's the number. With overclocking, I have 8,100 sheets, 5625 casings.
You have 8,100 sheets?
8,100 sheets, 5625 casings.
Oh, good
That uses all the copper, and it wants 3930 aluminum. That's a little more than we're making. That's 81 machines for sheets and 10 machines for casings. Now, if I make more casings,
Yeah,
that
let's
will make a lower total of machines.
all right. Let's cut that down. Let's give actual numbers here. Let's go for 2,500 sheets per minute. I didn't even walk to my damn door and it decided to blink out on me. Let's go for 2,500 sheets per minute. Okay.
Yep.
We can always add more machines. So 2,500 sheets per minute, and let's do. You know what? Let's do the same amount in casings.
Okay.
And then what we'll do is we'll take whatever leftover ingots there are of the aluminum, or the aluminum and the copper. We'll take the leftover copper, leftover aluminum, the overage on the sheets, the overage on the casings, and we'll sink all of it. But that way we'll have casings going to the dimensional depot. We'll have casings going to the train. We'll have sheets going to the dimensional depot. We'll have sheets going to the train. We'll have ingots going to the dimensional depot. Well, no, we don't need ingots going to the dimensional depot. We'll have ingots just going to the train and to the sink. And I think that'll have us squared away. We're just gonna
most of that because I have a loud scanner in my ear.
We'll just have to calculate how much of everything we're making, so we get the right number of belts and the right number of sinks set up.
Great.
Because the sink is limited to the belt speed.
25 machines doing sheets will give us 2,500 out. 4 machines doing casings will give us 2,250 out.
Perfect. Does that fit within the amount of copper we're making?
Yes, that'll use 550 of the copper. That'll use 1,350 of the aluminum.
All right, so that means we got 2 belts worth of aluminum going into the sink. And then, as we need more stuff, we can adjust.
AKA expand.
But that way you don't have to ask for the floor to be expanded or anything. That should work out just perfect for you on this floor.
Yep, I think I can fit 25 in here, or 30 total.
And thank you for doing this bit, Viper.
Yeah, not a problem. Hey, we have lights. I'm gonna put some lights in here if no one minds.
I'm
Just don't edit the original colors on your color. If you do the color thing at the color switch, don't edit those colors are global. So if you edit one, it changes all the factories.
So,
Why are they global? I do not know.
Okay.
I want to say I blame this on my job that I've got to the point where it's always the overall perspective and get the, work out the top down numbers.
Oh, I get it. Not a problem. I get it.
And then I hand the tasks to my workers, go make this happen.
Yeah, I don't know if I've said, but my bachelor's is a BBA, so I'm very familiar with that mindset.
I don't like being in that mindset in the game because I'm doing stuff, I'm building stuff, I'm coming up with ideas and doing things, but yet at the same time, I'm going, oh, this is boring shit. You go do this. I come up with a plan, and I go, all right, make it happen. Or if I want to go with Captain Jean-Luc Picard, make it so.
I'm the other way around. I want to be part of it.
Oh.
I came up with it. I want to be part of it. I may want someone to help me do it, but I want to be part of it.
But the thing is that once I gave you the plan, then you've already got a layout in your head on how you want to do it. And so then I don't want to touch it because you've got your layout figured out.
And see, that isn't a big deal to me. Plans change. I get it. I'm very flexible for such things.
Just tonight we've changed the plan how many times?
All of them. Oh, hey, I can grab power.
Can you at least put your light? Can you at least put your lights in a straight line? Damn, dude. I'm the one drinking, and you can't even draw a straight line.
I wasn't trying
Hold
to.
the light straight.
I was not trying to make them straight. It's just I want lights in here. Let's get them up. Screw the details.
It's like that video. Because like, can you hold the light straight? Damn! And then it turns over and it's the dog with the little helmet light on.
I haven't seen that one. I'll have to look that one up. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Dreadnought. Dreadnought bought the DDG glossy mug.
Nice.
Thank you so much, buddy. Much appreciated. And to be honest, I'll be honest about my merch store. I've got my merch store where the profit that I get out of it, all those different items on the store, I get maybe $1 or $2 off of it. That's awesome, Dreadnought. That tickles me to no end. Hold on. Hold on. Let's fix this. Hey. I don't like what you've done here. It is less than pretty.
I figured I'd go back to fix it after I build, but I wanted to be able to build and see what I was building.
So we're gonna put that there, and then we're gonna remove that. Thank you. All right.
Uh-oh.
Then we're gonna take this. Oh, I'm getting lag like no other.
Yeah,
me too.
Just all of a sudden decided, nope.
Yeah. Then we're gonna take that.
That's one reason why I started putting them, not bothering to get them in a line. I was getting a lag. I was getting a pain in the butt to align them at all. Oh, wow. All at once.
There you go. Well, what I did, instead of having the line coming from the elevator in that weird angled power line you had going to the ceiling, I added an extra ceiling point.
Gotcha.
That way it just ran straight up the elevator shaft.
So it's not hanging out in the middle of stuff.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, I was not at that point. I had given up. I had, to be perfectly honest, I had given up caring whether they were in line or not. Why?
I'll actually have to check those out.
These things turn weird.
Well, and honestly, I think that once I get the memberships turned on, I'm going to start looking at other... Because a lot of you guys are using other things to do your merchandise. And I think I might take a look into those. Because I still have a t-shirt that I have to make. And I haven't managed to come up with a good design. It's one of those that I've actually been meaning to talk to Tundra about, because I think Tundra would help me make the design really look awesome. But it all comes from when I went out to dinner with a coworker, but it was his family and my family. We went out to dinner together, and we went out for a hibachi. And my son, who wasn't even in kindergarten yet, he was only 4 years old at this point in time. We sit down at the table. The chef shows up, and my son looked the chef dead in the face and went, "I'm here for soup and fire."
It's awesome.
And so I need a t-shirt that says, "I'm here for soup and fire." It could be a fun one for me to ask Jinx to, it'd be an extra commission for Jinx.
Yeah.
He has become my penultimate artist for a lot of different things. Everything except for thumbnails. But I don't want to tell him that because I don't want him to get a big head.
Yeah,
Oh, screenshot from right now with a coffee cup. No, I don't want that. I need how do you hide the HUD on Satisfactory?
So hit the P key.
P? Oh, that's right. That's right. We got all the cool stuff.
And then T
Okay.
key.
All right. Yeah, I know I can take a picture like that, but what was the other commands I could do?
F12.
The decoupled camera.
Yep. Decouple camera if you want to take a third-person shot.
Yeah. How do you? Oh, here we go. Now we can go to the Pioneer and we can change the pose. Oh.
And you can have them look into the camera too.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing that. That's awesome. And then we can say we want an effect filter, and we can say we want yeesh. That doesn't work. It might not work inside the building.
One of the things you could do as well is hit the tilde key and type in
Well, you know what? I don't want to do the picture here. Hold on. Let's find a good place to, because I know where I want to do this picture at. We need this. We need to do this picture, and I need both of y'all with me. But we need to. So we needed a picture over at the rocket fuel power factory.
Yeah. If you hit the tilde key, you can type in r.fog space 0.
Oh yeah, I know that one.
Yeah, toggle the fog off. Because the fog loves to ruin pictures.
Oh yeah, okay. So you're talking about things that you can replicate. Hold on, let me go upstairs. Now we can't replicate a whole factory, okay? But you still got the blueprint machine upstairs, right?
I remembered it. You could put another one down.
Okay.
And in order to place it cleanly, you could hang it off the roof and hit the H key, and that'll allow you to place it hanging off the edge.
I gotta remember where the blueprint machine is. Here it is. Blueprint designer number 2. Get me out of this. So, we can use this machine here. This is a blueprint designer. And what this enables us to do is to build blueprints for like how he just did the water network going up here, which looks just freaking amazing. He built this with blueprints. Oh, autosave.
Even load the blueprint.
Autosave. So what I can do is I can come over to this. I can go blueprint designer and I can say load blueprint. I can say load the water pipe tower. And there it is. There's his blueprint for the water pipe tower. Now, why did the blueprint designer disappear? I don't know.
Server shenanigans.
Oh. No modding. No. This is all vanilla. Okay. Yes, you can bring your blueprints across to other games. But there's some things you have to do to make it happen. Like, there's a whole bunch of blueprints for trains and stuff that Thunder built that, you know, me and with as busy as my weekend and week was last week, I forgot to transfer the blueprints over to this server. I'll make sure to do it before next week, Thunder.
Alright. I mean, I can always build new ones. It's not a huge deal.
Dude, you had like 100 blueprints in there.
Is that all?
When it comes to multiplayer and blueprints, you have to, if you want the blueprints on a multiplayer game, you have to put it on the host's computer.
Yes.
Whoever is hosting the multiplayer game.
So I have to take the blueprints that were created previously, and I have to add them to the dedicated servers folder. Yeah, it decides to add cream to my coffee depending on the lighting, you know. I sit here as cream. I sit here as black coffee.
Yeah, it's because since you don't have lumen on, the shadows aren't The shadows are basic. They're very basic shadows.
But when I go to options and I go to video and I tell it, well, I could tell it that this actually might be a way to fix that. Change the max FPS down to 120. Instead of unlimited. And then go to our global illumination. We're going to turn it to medium. And global illumination is what turns on the lumens. We're going to tell it to apply.
Lumens, and it makes it changes the way the shadows work too.
Hey! So I got this tip from somebody earlier today. Not on Satisfactory, but for stuff that I was doing on Streamlabs. But I want to go downstairs.
I was wondering why it wasn't letting me. Oh.
Oh, yeah. Look at how nice this place looks now. And I'm not
It's
getting...
really different, doesn't it?
Well, not just that, but I got the lumens turned on. But I'm also not losing any FPS.
Yeah, I am actually running lumens too, and I'm doing just fine on FPS. I mean, I have them set on whatever the first step is, but
Well, the FPS is typically set to unlimited. What I did was I took the FPS and said I'm limiting it to 120.
yeah, I have mine limited to 60 now.
And I have to do 60 because my monitor or my TV doesn't go above 60. So there'd be no reason for me to push out 120.
But I'm not getting any FPS loss.
That's good. So you can run a little bit of lumen.
Yeah.
And
Well-
you still get the dark effect.
Well, no, I'm not done testing here.
Yeah, here. Well, now that you have lumens on, let me turn off the power in here, and you'll understand why I wanted the lights.
Right.
Now let's change the global illumination up to high. Actually, you know what? Let's go. Yeah, high is as high as it goes.
And now it's dark.
All right, global illumination is at high now, and we are not losing. Oh wait, let me turn off my. Oh, but the fog! Oh my goodness!
Now I turned off the lights. Now this is what it looked like for me earlier, and why I turned on the.
Oh yeah. Well,
why I wanted the lights.
on my stream, it looks horrible. I mean, I can see stuff on my screen just fine, but on my stream, it looks horrible. Please turn the lights back on.
Are all these machines, you got most of your machines permanent?
I think so.
Okay.
So there's the two rows together make 25, and then the other 4 is up here.
I was going to ask if you wanted me to run your power.
Have at it.
Okay. Because I've got the power for all the ingots done, and the power for the alumina scrap done.
But since I can run lumens here, now I have to go upstairs.
I had to do some work around the wall shapes and stuff, but they all fit.
Yeah, there's behind those walls there's cliffs.
Oh yeah, the
Right
belt.
behind them, that's why it's weird shaped.
The belt lights look amazing. Now, once the factory starts working, these lights will actually start flickering.
All right, I need.
Oh yeah, I love this. So, changing what its maximum FPS was made it where I didn't lose any FPS. Turn on lumens.
Sometimes that kind of thing makes sense. Just because it more limits the dipping that you get if you're on unlimited.
Yeah. Oh man, the train station looks awesome.
With unlimited, a lot of the times you'll get a yo-yo effect where it dips down and then back up and then down and then back up.
Yeah.
And then it just makes the game stutter like hell.
We got another thing about it. I might have to tag Jinx to go. All right, you want to earn a little extra cash? Time to do some T-shirt designs.
Dang it, we just were working on our space engineers.
Well, I just maximized it at 120. I told it not to do more than 120 FPS. What was the button I could hit that actually tells me what the actual FPS is that's running right now?
So you gotta hit the tilde key and then type in stat.fps.
Stat dot FPS. That didn't work.
It showed up in the top right hand corner.
Nope. No, it's not there. Does it have any specific capital letters?
Oh, is it? They changed it again. It's stat space FPS now. Yeah, they changed it again.
Ah, got it. There it is. So right now I am at just a little over 20 FPS.
Ouch.
Hmm.
And here I'm doing 34.
But I'm not sure that's accurate because I don't feel like I'm getting any frame loss. Yeah. Yeah, it claims that it's at 24 FPS. Let's go when there's daylight. And have the autosave and have the autosave really screw with us. Wait. Did the elevator just lose power?
It's saving. Oh, and you're also desynced, it looks like. I just looked over at your screen and all the beams on that one floor are completely missing.
Well, he's some seconds behind.
Yeah, that's looking good. Alright, so I said I'm desynced, so we're going to go to the main menu real quick. And then
There's supposed to be a bunch of beams on that ingot floor where all the power is going.
And then we're going to server manager.
Are these beams just for setting up the power, or are they staying?
So they're staying unless we need to move them.
Okay.
Do they need to be moved?
Nope.
Oh,
Actually, maybe.
Like the between ones, is those going to be in your way?
Well, nope. Looks like they'll be fine. So this is where the splitters and stuff will be.
Okay.
So the belts will be just outside of the beam, so that'll be fine.
Yeah.
well, that
Actually,
ping,
that'll be perfect even.
that ping is just bouncing all over the damn place.
Okay, how are you guys seeing ping while you're in game?
You just hit the escape key, go to
And-
server manager.
Yep.
Ah.
But
Didn't realize I could do that without exiting the game.
But that's specifically for when you're doing a dedicated server. When you're connected with Gibbs, you won't be able to do that.
Right.
Now I tell you my computer specs. It ain't much. I mean, really, it needs a serious upgrade.
Probably beats mine.
And I'm running with an i5 processor. I've got a 3060 video card with 12 gigs of RAM. My PC itself has got 128 gigs of RAM, which that I share with other resource spots. Oh yeah, wow. Having the global illumination and not having any drop frames, this is nice. Well, I mean, when my computer decided to burn itself out because we went with a triple brownout at my house, where basically we had 3 brownouts in the span of about 2 minutes. It fried my computer. And so I had to do something. And so I ordered parts, whatnot, using PC Part Picker. But hey, it's been a couple years now. And I ordered what I could afford. Well, what I could afford over time. Because I made sure everything I ordered came off of Amazon, so I could run it through a firm, so that I could pay for it over time, but get it immediately. Instant gratification, but pay for it over time with a really high interest rate. I won't say it's a really high interest rate because you go out to these different companies that you can get loans from, whatnot, your personal loans, whatnot, places like One Main Financial or Regional Finance or anything like that, and that they're charging you upwards of, well, I mean, hell, it doesn't seem to drop below 20%. Even if you got unbelievable credit, 20% is where it starts.
That's the starting point, man.
Whereas with a firm, I've been getting somewhere around 13% interest on the loan. So, to me, I'm going, well, hell, that's really worthwhile. And hey, in my life, I've gone through all the different types of loan sharks and everything. When I first started working, my very first job, I was doing the data for, I was the data center specialist for a loan shark company. And I'm going to say it like it is. It was a loan shark company. And when I say loan shark company, they had multiple companies underneath their umbrella. All these companies were the same company. You had Regional Finance, you had World Finance, you had such Finance, you had Citizens Finance. And in the city where I grew up in, there was a spot where you literally had side by side Regional Finance, Personal Finance, World Finance. So it all lined up. They all look like they're different companies. They all have different logos on their signs and everything. They're all the same damn company. And the worst part about this, you go to one, you got to decline your loan. But it was a hard hit on your credit. So you go next door trying to get a loan. Same company. They run your credit again. That is another hard hit on your credit. And you just kind of go down the line just screwing up your credit. It's horrible. And then I found out that Texas, at least at that point in time, back in the 90s, Texas didn't have any laws on limitations on interest rate. It might be the same way now, I don't know. But there was no laws on interest rates in Texas. And so the company was charging these people 500% interest. So if you borrowed $500, you owed them $2,500. When I discovered that, and it was a couple of years after I've been working with the company, but when I discovered that's when I went, yeah, I don't think I can work for y'all anymore. Y'all are ripping off little old ladies and everything. I can't work here in good conscience. All right. Oh yeah, wow. With the lumens though, man, the elevator looks completely different.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's the beams you were talking about. Yes. Oh yeah, the beams I love that you do for the power. Oh, these have got interesting connectors on them. Is that something you did, Tundra, or is that something new that they just added to the corners?
Beam connector. Beam connector. It's always been there. It's in the, yeah, same type of the beams.
Okay.
Are you talking about this power connector here on the beam?
No, I'm looking at these black boxes on the beam.
Oh, yeah, those are just beam connectors, yeah.
Okay, I hadn't seen those before, apparently.
Yeah, they've been since update 6.
Okay.
They've been in the game a long time.
Actually,
probably even earlier than that, 'cause I remember the video that they announced when they showed those.
Well, ever since I learned this beam trick that you did for power, all I've done is just ran the beams together. I didn't know about the beam connectors.
Yeah, the beam connector is for hiding, like, if I remember this, it's for hiding the corner, for one.
Well, that was what I was trying to do, and I couldn't figure out how to do it.
So you just put that on there, and it just hides it. It also hides when the two beams come together. The two beams come together, sometimes they'll fight for texture.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
So you can use the beam connector to hide that as well.
We got some epic stuff that we put together here tonight, chat. Oh yeah, man. This global illumination, I can actually see the textures on the metal and everything now. That is awesome.
Global illumination is more than just light. It's shadow, some slight bit of textures and reflection, and it does a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah, well, hold on, I'll pull it up again. Stat FPS, right? Stat space FPS.
Yeah, and if you've already entered the command, you can hit the up key when you open the command window, and it'll show you all the commands you've entered.
Okay, I'm an idiot.
Oh yeah.
I built all these, but I didn't program the first one.
Oh.
They're all
So
blank.
you have to control C, control V every one of them.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sitting at 24, 25 FPS right now.
Let's see, sheets is one.
According to the game.
I mean, so far from what I've experienced, the FPS counter is pretty accurate. From what I've experienced, that is.
But, I mean, right now, I find it interesting that removing the alt unlimited FPS and taming it down to 120 as being the maximum FPS fixed the FPS loss I was dealing with.
Yeah, you get less of that yo-yo effect going on.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't get any. It actually is running really smooth.
And I'm still an idiot. I should have did the copy paste and everything and didn't have them overclocked.
You didn't have you also need the power shards in your inventory.
Well,
Yes.
you know,
I got plenty.
Dreadnought, there's a reason for that. I can explain this. So, when I was being taught to drive, my dad would always sit in the passenger seat, and he'd always have a mug of coffee. Not one with a lid on or anything. He had a mug of coffee. And it was going to be my ass if I spilt that coffee.
It's a good way to learn.
And so that's why, and so that's why in Satisfactory, I don't spill my coffee. Because spilled coffee apparently, equals a bad day for me.
My driver's ed teacher did that.
I mean, the worst test.
If you made him spill his coffee, your ass was grass.
The worst test I ever got given for driving and whatnot was during I grew up in the South. I grew up in the Carolinas. But during the quote-unquote blizzard of 93, when we wound up with 1.5 feet of winter weather. So I'm not going to say it was 1.5 feet of snow, because it wasn't. It was 1.5 feet of winter weather total, because it was a layer of snow and a layer of ice, and then another layer of snow, and then another layer of ice, and then another layer of snow, and then finally a last layer of ice. And my dad, having grown up in the north, decided it was time for his son to learn how to drive in winter weather. And so he said, "Hey, we're going to go do a driving lesson." I was like, "Oh, cool. Okay." I went to grab the keys of the sedan, which is the car I'd been learning to drive in. He went, "Oh, no." And he went, "Oh, no. And he threw a set of keys at me. It is the keys to his baby.
Oh.
1979 El Camino. Dual pipe exhaust, straight down.
No weight in the back, rear-wheel drive.
No weight in the back, rear-wheel drive. And the engine was not original. It had a 454 in it.
Which is a very common, pretty common swap. all that torque. Oof.
What, I mean, great car, but maybe not in that weather.
And he got in the car with his coffee cup.
Oh.
And we got to an intersection. He told me to make a hard left-hand turn. I'm going, but I'm going to spin out if I do that. He went, yep. And now, when you spin out, what I want you to do is straighten the car out. And remember, this is my baby, so you better not touch that damn ditch. And I'm wearing my good clothes, so don't spill my coffee either. Talk about a driving lesson from hell. But I'll tell you what,
But you're still alive, so it couldn't have gone too bad.
I passed. I managed to pull the car out of a spin, and I managed to not spill his coffee.
And you learn how to drive in
Oh, yeah.
horrible weather conditions without, crashing in the ditch like most people do.
Yeah, and
Most
so
people, they start sliding. They just let go of the wheel, or they'll put it to the floor, or smash on the brakes and just.
Oh God, smashing on the brakes is the worst thing you could do.
Yep, that's what a lot of people do. I've seen it
As is
firsthand.
smashing the accelerator, which everyone else does.
But no, I mean, yes, I learned how to drive in adverse weather conditions, which honestly saved my ass later on in life. Had a girlfriend that lived in Gastonia, North Carolina, and I'd gone to visit her, and it's an hour and a half drive from my house. And now, granted, I was still a young man. She still lived with her parents, But I left to head home, and it was a really nasty rainstorm going on. 85 hadn't been fixed. It still hasn't been fixed. 30 years later. But it doesn't drain properly. And so as I'm coming down the interstate, just cruising along, minding my own business, I didn't notice the puddle that was ahead of me. And when I hit this puddle, took my 1973 Dodge Dart and threw me into a hot spin going down the interstate. And I managed to right the car and everything, back into the car, tap the guardrail. The problem was I was sideways on the interstate. So looking out my driver's side window, I saw the lights of a semi coming straight at me. So, quick thinking, and because my dad had taught me the way he did, the only I say is it was muscle memory to get the car back into position and get the hell out of the way of that semi-truck. Now, granted, as soon as I hit the next exit, I took the next exit, and I turned around, I went back to my girlfriend's house where her parents were and everything, and I went, I need to sit down for a little while. I almost died.
Yep.
Yep.
I love driving.
And I was only like 17 years old. It was one of those things where my life flashed before my eyes. It didn't take long.
I love driving in those conditions, but I've had a couple of, that was my life moments.
Right? Oh, I've had plenty of times where my ass decided to try to eat my seat.
You're going to have to separate some of these machines.
I was kind of worried about that. I was looking at how this stuff was lined up. I was like, there's we don't have the splitting in here that we need.
Yes, I know, Thunder. Sorry, Dragon.
All the power's hooked up, so
Nice. Upstairs too.
yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna be ready to. You know what? I'll
On one at a time.
I'll stream the extra half hour to be able to flick the switch and
The only thing we don't have is sinks. We don't have sinks on things.
true. And these assemblers aren't even hooked up to anything.
Okay,
Oh wait, these assemblers were just these were for math. Okay, never mind.
yeah, those two are just for the math and the configs and whatever.
Yep.
Sandra, half of the copper goes to the four machines over in the corner, and half gets split between the 2 feed points right here.
Hold on. Where's our copper coming in at?
I don't know. I assumed it was down here in this corner somewhere. That's right here. I think it's this.
Okay, so we gotta go upstairs and change that. You need
There's nothing in that.
you need 2 of those. Remember, because I slooped the copper.
Yeah, I haven't been out of this room since you said that.
Pylon! Oh yeah, with 1.1 the old helmets.
Are we going upstairs or what?
I was waiting for another person, but
Oh, was I supposed to go too?
I don't know if you wanted to.
Oh, there. Shut the door just as I come. I see how you are. I see how you are.
Was it me? That was Drake.
Alright, so right here's our copper smelters, Tundra.
Yep.
We're getting
Separate.
we're getting 150 per minute per smelter.
So that's
Look, just cut a hole in the floor in the wall.
cut a hole in the floor in the wall.
I cut a hole in the floor and then a hole in the wall to get in.
Wait a minute. Oh! I slooped
Downstairs
these.
extends
Shit.
Further.
I slooped these.
Yeah,
So
that's fine. We had
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so what we need to do here, Tundra, we need to break these up into 3s. So each,
threes.
yeah, each hole will be 750. No, wait,
Why three,
wait,
though?
wait.
It's 5.
You've got 11.
Yeah, you know why? Because I can't do math. That's why.
It's 5. 5 machines per.
Two sets of 5 and split the remaining one between them.
Yeah. That sounds reasonable.
I will be right back.
Oh, I can't wait till we turn this thing on.
You have to remove this merger. Not enough room.
So yeah, chat. I'm really looking forward to when we turn this thing on because, holy cow! This is a. I know you see we have a lot of empty space here, but that's because we got a lot of stuff downstairs, got a lot of stuff upstairs. This is a beast of a factory. All right, Eric. Have a good night. Oh, I know. Eric, when I get back to running tabletop, I'll make sure this coffee mug exists somewhere in game, and it'll be a one of a kind item, and it'll just be the Pixit mug.
I was gonna say, is it gonna be the golden one, the
Yes.
employee of the month?
Okay, employee of the month. Definitely getting some lag. But it'll be the employee of the month mug, and it'll be a mug that always just has piping hot coffee in it. You don't get any bonuses or anything. There's nothing special you get from it. You get the prestige for being the employee of the month. And it means that you always have hot coffee. And because, as we've seen, it's impossible to spill the coffee cup, and you will look straight down, and you can't pour coffee out of the cup. So it is 100% personal. Because no matter how much you wiggle this thing around, the coffee does not spill out of the mug. And I realize it's a silly magic item, but at the same time, I think it'd be a cool magic item. Oh, man, it is dark in here. Let's add some lights in here. As soon as I can remember where they're at. I think they're organization. Yeah. Oh.
Under the copper will go in the bottom row of the inputs.
I'm up top, putting in your 4 holes.
Yeah, I see. You're putting them through the lights where you work.
Yeah, well, they have to go here, so you might have to move some lighting.
Well, the lights definitely will be moved.
Yeah, there's both your copper lines.
Okay.
Those will be at 780 because we won't be able to
not
split
there.
this enough.
That's fine because we're only using 250 and 300.
Okay. Now, luckily, we don't have to sink the copper ingots because the extra copper ingots because it isn't part of the loop system. So.
And these lines of aluminum that are coming down are 750 each, right?
I believe so, yeah. Except for that one.
Except for that last one.
Yep.
Well, shit. Okay.
Special. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. Now, there's another bug with 1.1. If you middle mouse click a lit light, the ceiling lights, they will stay lit even though they have no power.
That's not a 1.1 thing.
That's,
That's actually been around for a while.
I didn't start noticing until 1.1. I've done a lot of lighting. I was just like, holy crap. It stays lit even though there's no power. Because
All right.
it copies it's supposed to copy the state of the item.
There we go. Now, this floor is no longer dark.
This one here.
Well, that kind of sucks.
And honestly, turning on global lumens makes it where, you absolutely have to add lighting. Otherwise, it gets really freaking dark.
Okay, so would you mind if we slid these lifts out from your ingot machines?
You do what you do what you need to.
Okay.
I
I need to put a smart splitter in here.
I tried to keep it as tight as I possibly could.
Right. And he's connecting to those ingot machines already.
But
I
check
can see the lift down there.
But check downstairs how it's set up to make sure you're good.
Which ones are you planning to do?
So the ingot machines, we need to get smart splitters on them.
The copper or the aluminum?
The aluminum.
Ah. Okay,
Yeah.
I can take these off.
Okay, because I need to move the floor holes slightly.
No problem.
So I
Wait.
can put in a smart splitter.
Why do we need to move the floor holes? Why wouldn't you just put the smart splitter? Okay, I'm not sure what you're doing. So
I'm going to be sinking the extra ingots that you're going to be making. Because you're going to be making way more ingots than we can use 100% of the time.
So
It's either that or I sink the scrap. One of the two. Yeah, because you're not going to be using 100%. You're not going to be using these ingots 100% of the time, which is going to back up the system.
honestly, I think logistically, I think it's going to be easier to sink the scrap. I realize we don't get as many points for it, but
I'm not worried about points either. Yeah, we can sink the scrap then.
I think sinking the scrap is going to be your.
Yeah, but you're going to have to move your. You might have to move your. No, you've already got smart splitters on everything already, don't you?
Yeah, you shouldn't have to sink anything, or you shouldn't have to change anything, because we got smart splitters.
No, that was out of the elevator. There we go. Okay.
Can I check up the holes now?
Yeah, you can undo that. Alright. I got it.
So we just drop a sink at the end of each of these.
Yeah, I've already got the sinks in place as well.
Oh, wait, where?
I'll just use the. They're down on the floor. I'll just use the ones in there. You had so much space.
Oh, okay.
Down there so I was like, I'll just put the. Like, that'd be kind of cool. We'll have some scrapper running around in an interesting belt line. Kind of like a circuit board.
Alright, where's the copper? There. There. So we'll use this one.
Hold on. Wait. Don't pull from there.
Okay. I'm just pulling any excess. It's not going to affect the factories below.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's a spot above you can pull from. Not really. Okay, never mind. Forget what I was saying.
Actually, yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay. If I pull from here instead, right before that one.
Yeah.
No,
Actually,
that wouldn't work either.
Actually,
That
no.
wouldn't work
Pull from this belt right here.
I'm trying to pull the excess out of that particular machine.
I get that.
That machine doesn't go up to that belt.
But the thing is, that machine's the one that's producing the least. So, if you can put the splitter on this belt right here, that'll pull the excess from the rest of them. The rest of them are maxed out. The one you were trying to pull from is the one that actually has the reduced amount. So, if you can stick it on this belt right here, that would work.
For the excess coming off of this merged line, but not from the excess off that machine.
Right.
I'll just not worry about it.
Yeah, so
there's no way I can without changing what's there.
Yeah, so since we got all this open space over here, that's what I was saying. We should just set up sinks, multiple sinks per machine.
If you seen where the sinks were, you'd understand what I was doing.
Okay.
You'll see.
I don't know.
It is unnecessary, but it is. I was like, this might be kind of cool.
I don't know. I 100% trust you because I know whatever you build is going to look really, really fantastic. So.
And because I'm setting it up this way, we could even start the process turning that on because it'll just go to the sink.
Okay. That'd be awesome because I would like to end the stream with flipping the on switch.
Yeah.
But it's also starting to get a little late.
What's up? Oh, over here.
How are we looking over here? Holy crap. And chat, just a reminder, if you're so inclined, please hit that like button. It really helps out the channel, really helps out the growth of the channel. So if you're enjoying what you're watching, please hit that like button. And hey, if it tickles your fancy, smack that subscribe button. I also have a Discord where if you actually want to catch whenever I'm going live, and on my Discord, there's a channel there that has the DDG schedule that actually will tell you exactly what game I'm going to be playing each night. The only one that winds up being up in the air really is Thursdays, because it all depends on things. So normally GURPS is every other week, but GM just messaged us this week going he's going to run a session this week, and the following week, he's not going to be able to run. So I figure we're probably going to run this week and then take 2 weeks off. Oh, okay. Okay. I think I see what you're doing there, Thunder.
Yeah.
Looks good. Well, this is where that straight belt thing really comes in place.
Yeah, it comes in handy.
It makes it look fancy.
Okay, bring that up and copper line. Fading in the light.
Yeah, we'll make it look like a kind of like a circuit board almost. Run
Now-
all the belts together.
Now, what I could do, I could just do this, but the factory's not ready for it. Oh wait, you got priority power, and then you got the aluminum scrap on its own power.
Well, it's on just a regular power switch so that you could flip the on switch and it'll power, because we want to power it in sections. You want to do a bit of the aluminum solution, let the pipes get full, and then turn on the scrap.
Well,
So then the aluminum solution pipe is full.
well, y'all better hurry because I decided to flip the switch.
We've got 2 more lines to go. Ow, ow, ow. If I'll save will let me.
Autosave.
Oh crap.
Oh, I flipped the switch. But apparently the water is on a different power network.
The water should be always on.
Uh, ah, shit.
Really? Fine, whatever.
Well, chat, we're going to be wrapping up here in a minute anyways. Because apparently, the server's not restarting in just a minute.
Get 10
In,
minutes.
in theory, it's ready. The output doesn't go anywhere, but the machines are ready to accept everything, I think.
Almost got the sinks.
Okay.
For some reason, straight mode bugged out there. For just slightly.
Why are you not getting water? The pipes are full. This is powered on, right? Oh, no. No power.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, I see.
Get the alumina solution on, right?
I see.
These machines are claiming no power down here, too.
Well, yours is also on a switch. Everything's on a switch for this particular factory because you do it in steps.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you don't want to power everything on all at once.
Oh, a separate button for the...
Oh, man. This rock ruined my belt.
Alright. Aluminum solution is running.
Sweet. And once the aluminum solution fills up the pipe, it's going to take a minute. Let's see. Oh, that one's not powered. Whoops. It was me.
Yes, sadly, we're going to have to call a stream before, oh, there we go. There's some scrap going.
My game is lagging all the hell at the moment. It's not too happy.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Scrap's happening elsewhere.
Just because you turned them both on there.
Yeah, both of them got turned on.
Yeah, they're just struggling for alumina solution because the pipe wasn't full.
Ah. Let's turn that off for a minute.
Yeah. Server's starting to break down. Ever so slightly.
Alright, we're going to wait for these spots to fill up. But unfortunately, we are at the point that the server is actually going to kick us out. And when it does the big restart, it takes it a few minutes. But it also means it's bedtime for me.
Pipe's been color coded.
Thanks, sir. So, what we're going to do is take a look, see who's on. Oh, Frostbite's okay. I had a... You know what? I think this is actually safe to share with chat. I had an interesting interview today. Had an occasion to have an interview that I've never experienced before. But one of the people that I had in the interview, well, they had to leave the interview because they were getting evacuated because there was an earthquake in California today. And, well, they were actually able to feel the building moving and everything. Alright, let me double check, make sure that he's not wrapping up. Well, because his closing screen runs for a long time, so I want to make sure.
I was going to gatekeep this, but I'm finally ready to share how my
Stop.
mom gave me...
I can hear that.
Alright, yeah.
Aluminum scrap is ready.
I haven't dropped him a raid in a long time. So, let's go visit Da Vinci Gaming. He's one of the people that actually really did a lot of work to help me with my getting my channel started. Alright, there goes the scrap. So it's going to start heading downstairs. But that's all we can do now. We got 4 minutes before the server restarts. I'm going to go ahead and call the stream here. Chat, y'all have a great night. Tundra, Bit Viper, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for all the help you've given on the aluminum factory. That this thing is a beast of a factory.
They will be done. Sure, we'll stay on till it's done.
But yeah, I have to bail and go to sleep.